Hello, how we doing? Hope you all had a good week. Um, yeah, I've had a better week. I've had a better week, which is good. But certainly better than last week, that's for sure. Um, Obviously picked up a few beers. You might have seen. Done a little unboxing. I've done two unboxings this week. Or unboxing, unpackaging, whatever you want to call it. Um, so yeah, a couple of beers I've just reeled off. Done a few reviews of. A regular beer, but it wasn't bought at a regular place. Wild Beer Co. Their Pogo. It's a passion fruit, orange, guava, pale ale. The same on the can. A nice steady 4.1 to get going for this week's beer consumption. So yeah. Next up, fourth beer from No Frills Brewing, No Frills Joe Brewing Company. I always forget the Joe bit. And this is their Ernest Pale Ale. So a very kind of I don't think I've had too many beers with Ernest hops in. I know that they were grown out of West Kent, Tenton, West Kent, but so an English pale ale, sorry, and it's coming in at 4.5. And I was going to review this, but I didn't get round to it. I've got another bottle, so I might just crack this open after. Another session IPA. Can't really see it in this kind of glare. 3.8. So 1381 from Watson. So I'm just going to crack that. It's one of their core range beers from Watson just up the road. So didn't matter too much if I've done a review now. I will do eventually. So got two small cans on the go and another beer there. So be interested to see how that goes. So we've got some comments coming through, which is very nice. Steve's Brewing Channel, how you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, I'm all right. Not too bad. Just first beer this week. So yeah, excellent. 2 seconds. Only took 4 minutes. Not bad, is it? It is what it is. Yeah, I'm all right. Not doing too bad. How you doing, Billy? I hope you're keeping well, mate. I did catch some of your stuff earlier, but it's just it's been a bit of a mad rush sorting dinner out, and all this sort of stuff, and doing a few. I went to do a couple of reviews before I come on here, and it's like I didn't have time really, but yeah, I was listening. So pleasantries from Adam, which is good. Hope you're doing well, Adam. So which is really nice. It's nice to have all people together again. Do like it. God, that jumped about 5 comments. I'm going to try and get a bit quicker on the old comments tonight because I know last week it went pretty crazy. It's very difficult. Yeah, he was on there having a Chinese. I had a McDonald's earlier. Couldn't be asked to cook again. How do a southern equivalent of that, which would be bad. Yeah, it's anyone who watches me is like to me it's like, well, it's really nice, So to me, it's not about kind of numbers. It's more about doing all this. It always has been from the start, and yeah, but yeah, it's getting there apparently. So I keep getting told. So hope you're keeping well as well. I did see you last night on briefly on Craft Beer Pause. I watched for about half an hour or so, and then that was it. It was getting like 2 in the morning. I was like, I need to go to bed. Hannah says, still cooking a stir fry. I didn't remember saying that. What did I say? I can't even remember. Is my camera on? I don't know. You have to message me. Jules, how you doing? How you doing? Happy Friday indeed. Plenty of beer. What's everyone drinking? I get that from Rob because I'd say that anyway, but by the time you tell me, it'll be about 10 minutes later. So So everyone's saying hello, which is really nice. Nice, isn't it? Everyone's saying hello, which is good. All good, all good. All saying hello. Blake's back again in the house. Check this guy's out. He's really cool. He does a great show. I don't know if you're doing a show later this evening or not. You have to let us know, and if I'm around, I'll try and join. I've been struggling to stay up lately. Not like that, but staying awake. So yeah. Thumbs up, thumbs up. There you go. There's two more. James Moore chimes in. Hi guys. Are you doing all right? Steve saying hello to Blake, which is good. Yeah, I just, I don't know. I shouldn't do it really. Being a southerner, it doesn't work. So people saying hello back to Forge, which is really good. Oh Christ, that jumped. The trouble, it seems to jump about 10 comments sometimes. It goes past from where I'm trying to actually press the old thing. The place saying hello, which is good. More hellos. I think so. I'm all right. Oh, Blake. So I'm joking. So Greg's on the Omipolo Buxton Lemon Meringue. Yeah, I haven't had that beer for a while. Is that the one that's in? Pardon me. Sorry. Need a beer again now. Is that the beer the new beer? All these new beers that are in Tesco's that are half of them are everywhere else, which makes me laugh. But when some of the competitions on Instagram, I didn't even bother entering. I did most of them, but I didn't do any of the Beavertown stuff. It's just like I had it when it was really good. So, I mean, if I entered that, I'd probably end up winning it. It's one of them kind of deals. So Adam's drinking Cloudwater's 6th birthday double IPA, the blue label currently. Not bad. Not bad. Double IPA and a stir fry. Interesting. So everyone's on double IPAs already. Yeah, I mean, I've got these 3 kind of session-y type beers at the moment, and then we'll go up the ABV scale soon. It's cool. This is what it's all about. Meet new people, people from the States like Blake, Steve over here. Yeah. Oh, hopefully he is. You might have already said I haven't got to the comment yet because I'm only a minute behind, but they're flashing up. So Steve's trying to finish off my brewed lager. Oh, right. So is that homebrew, I guess. Sounds like it. It just jumped to comment. Yes, the new Tesco's one, right. Yeah. I did it in bottles. Is it the same beer that, the smiley faces that look like dumps of poo on the bottle? Is it the same one, same ABV, but now they just put it in cans? They brought the price down. I mean, it'd be interesting to see, is it the same as what it used to be, if it's the same beer, that is? Raggy's drinking nothing. Yeah, I doubt that. That won't stay the same for long. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's new. It's actually brand new. Okay. So, Travel and Brews, chime in. Good evening, sir. Titanic Plum Port original. Yeah, I mean, it's a favourite of a lot of people. It's one of them kind of. If you, I think there's a few kind of say traditional ales, isn't there, in the UK? I'll put that up there with them, like Timothy Taylor's Landlord, which is, some of the Fuller's range, that kind of, it's up there with them. Yeah, Yeah, I don't believe it. I think it sounds good, but nah. um, there you go. He hasn't had nothing since. You should do more beer reviews, Raggy. You only do 5 a day. One of your 5 a day is that's the old reviews, I reckon. Uh, 15% homebrew stout. Get it out. Shit. Someone's got to brew a homebrew beer like that and call it Raggy Avenue. Or Raggy could brew one himself and call it that. Not sure what it is, Camphor. It's Friday. It's having a chat with people, having a few beers. We're going to get a few people on in a little while. I just wanted to open up the stream first by showing you what I'm kind of drinking. We'll go through them again. So Pogo from Wild Beer Co. down in Somerset. They're core range beer. One of them. You get it in supermarkets, but it's I got it from one of my local bottle shops, so which is cool. Yeah, home brewed. Had 25 litres of a 15% beer. I mean, at least it'll keep. You know, bloody hell. That would just, yeah. You couldn't session it, could you? Well, I couldn't. Dead. Good evening, Jackman. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I know. He's doing 5 reviews a day, and then he's trying to make room for more beer, which makes me laugh. It's quite funny. It's great. It's great stuff. Good evening, Davor. How you doing? Well. Yeah, good. Good to have you on, and everyone. We're going to rattle through. Get it right. We'll rattle through a few more comments. I wouldn't be able to say that later. That's for sure. Frankie mixes up 1 wine, 1 cider, 1 mead, 1 perry, and then he's almost on course for 4 of this. Exactly. If the day of the week ends in the Y, it applies indeed. Oh, right. Yeah, 5%. Yeah, I'll be all right. 15%. You really need to stop buying beer. Well, I like. I know it doesn't bother you so much, Raggy, but I mean, hoppy beers. I want to drink them when they're in. Oh, mate, that is quite gassy. When they're in date. Well, it doesn't matter all the time, but some of the beers. I mean, stouts and stuff, and lagers, you're all right there, but oh, jump one. Review quicker. No, just he's like. He likes his chats, and I like listening. Not bad here. Hope you're good. You got Mary. Yeah, I had it. I've only had it on. I had it on draft once, about 3 or 4 years ago when I was in London with Rob. Funnily enough, when we was near Camden, it was between Camden Town and Kentish Town in London. It was banging back then. Yeah, it's absolutely. Yeah, exactly. I try. But you can't go out and wear clothes, so it's just is what it is. I try. Getting dressed up to stay in. Sign of the times, I guess. Just cracked at 2 all. I can't. I got. I guess that's a collab. Is that German brewery? It's a Belgian Imperial. red ale aged on rum, red wine, and port barrels. Look, you don't muck about, do you? You just don't muck about. Love it. It's cracking. One more comment, and then I'm going to shoot this link over to a few people if they want to join. Yeah, I mean, some of the English, more traditional hoppy English bottled beers, especially, I probably last a little bit longer. But some of these, even in cans, they probably last a bit longer. But some of the hops will fade. Right, let me just bear with me a second. I'm just going to shoot this link over. To a few people. Hopefully I will be getting a new laptop in the next month. Maybe a couple of months. And hopefully, and I'm going to get an extension coming up from the front room, under the staircase, up through the staircase into the back room. So I need a good 30. I'll get a 30-meter cable anyway. Let me. Where are we? I'll put it in here. Put it in here. One there. Let me just. This is where other is. So slow. It's so slow. I will send the link there. Right, that's that bit done. Then I can do it on my phone after that. So, right, sorry about that. What's going on here? Press the wrong button. We got to there. So, how you doing, Sam? Hope you had a good shift. Did you work last night? This is you cracked a beer yet? Now I've actually done a notification when someone actually joins the panel now, so I know. Because sometimes once it gets really kind of crowded, you don't see the second layer. There's a little bit you can see, but not always. Not if it's someone else's. You know what I mean? Just throw anything on. It's only recently I've started doing it. Why not? To all are Danish. That's right. I don't know about that. No, I had the 2-hour Imperial Red called Red Sky at Night Brewer's Delight this week. I saw one of their beers. Is it Body Salts and something or other? It's a black IPA. I saw that floating around online the other day. I haven't had any black IPAs for ages, and there seems to be a fair few of them around at the moment. So I need to reacquaint myself with them. Yeah, I know. I've done that 2 weeks in a row. I've done that. Here you go, here's the link. It's like, yeah, it's the week before. I don't know what happened there. Weird. But why isn't no one joining? And it's like, yeah, it's the wrong link. Idiot. Yeah, I haven't had many 2-old beers, to be fair, for a while. They do a lot of beers, or they certainly used to. Like McKellar, there's so many, just like crazy amounts. Cheers. Hope you're having a good evening. It's nice everyone knows each other. It's good. Steve. pleasantries backwards and forwards, which is really nice. Having conversations, which is good. It was nice to see you enjoy the aroma of, I can't pronounce it, loads of rum and port. Oh, that sounds good. So I drink port, loads of port. Certainly when I go to Portugal, which and all that, in the past I used to drink a fair amount of port, different stuff, but it's so cheap. And I've had some of the ports you get here, and they don't compare to you go out there, and some of the ports are just of another level. Even the wine, the red wine, is just like, oh my word. You know, I'm not a wine drinker, especially not here. But the average wines I've noticed we get here are more expensive than the absolutely amazing wines you get over there. You know, it's just one of them kind of them deals. He was on the stream earlier. Cool. Yeah. I mean, it was about £5 for a 330. So I'm like, I'm just waiting for this lockdown to end before I go online crazy and get loads of stuff. I want to start getting some sharing bottles because I'm sure there's going to be silly amounts of bottle shares locally with my friends here, and you know, and all that sort of stuff. So, or even order them to, if there's a part of the world where we're going to, send it to whoever's nearest, or if we're going to someone, say like Harry's house, just send it to his house rather than me carrying it, because I don't end up smashing it, especially on public transport. So it's bits and bats forwards there. What's that? Have you tried crossing? No. We're up to date with the comments. Yay. Just making sure I haven't, no one's said I haven't posted the right link yet. So did anyone get the older Cadbury's cream stout thing with Goose Island, toying with people? Did anyone get it? I know good friend Ollie got it. You check his review out. It's just awesome. He's such a good the way he puts all of his videos together is just, how long did that take? Yeah, he's cracking, he is. Bum shares. Yep. Chums and bums. There'll be lots of those. Yeah, Ollie's a good lad. I got it one from Morrison's today. Right, there's that where it's okay. Yeah, I say at the moment I'm not shopping in supermarkets until lockdown ends. Shops are making more money around me, and then I'll feel a little bit more. It's just me. There we go. We've got Raggy.
Oh. Hello. Good evening. I'm actually not drinking tonight. I do actually mean what I'm saying. Yeah, no drink. Hey.
All right. How you doing?
Wife's in the background. I'll only get a bollocking.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. What time she goes to sleep?
Yeah. Late night swifter.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
These things have to happen, don't they? You know?
Yeah. How you keeping? You all right?
Yeah, very, very good. I've just had a lovely Chinese. I've sobered up quite nicely, you know, as you do. You know, 3 reviews on the road, different beers. It gives you a walloping.
Yeah, I mean, I've done 2 reviews. I showed them earlier, but I'll post them probably more next week. Like Pogo from Wild Beer Co. Nothing crazy, you know. You get it.
I've reviewed that before. Nice beer.
Yeah, I reviewed it back in 2016, but I didn't like it then. So it come in a box from one of my local pubs, beer box. They were just getting rid of some stock to get the money in. So when things reopen, they can just go and get a load of new stuff.
And helping local pubs out. No pub wants to chuck beer away. None of us do. Jesus Christ.
No.
And helping our local pubs out, businesses. It's where, if we can, it's where we should all be at. Definitely.
That's what I'm doing. And I mean, I've only got a few more. Well, fingers crossed and all that stuff. Once they all open up, then I can think, right, I'm gonna. There's been so many beers I've been wanting to buy. Nah. I don't mind missing out. I'm all right with it. I've always got a beer, so that's the main thing. So,
I mean, it's like that Cadbury's cream egg beer that came out. There's no way I'm going in a rush to buy it. 500. I mean, when you look at it, you think, what was Goose Island playing at? 500 double packs, and that's all they've got. You think to yourself, Jesus Christ, you've well underestimated what it's going to sell. But helping local breweries always a good way. Yeah,
I mean, I picked up some imperial stouts the other day. They're sitting behind me, actually. Where are they? I showed them the other day, but yeah. So, batch 1000. It's their imperial chocolate stout, 10%. So, sessionable.
Yeah.
But some of these beers, they just don't taste the ABV. They get to that point where if it's a sweet kind of stout, like with chocolate, you would assume, not too bitter, then you'd think, it might be a bit of a dangerous one, You have to wait and see. So.
It's those ones where you can't get the ABV that are more interesting, because it's like, you drink it and you think to yourself, hold on a minute, this is 7.4, and it tastes like a 4%, so you think, what's going on here? Hello.
Cheers, Disco. Nice one. Hope you're keeping well, mate. There we go. What are your favourite Kent breweries?
Shepherd Neame.
Shepherd Neame, not really.
1698.
Really. Yeah, the stouts are all right.
Yeah.
But, things like Spitfire and they're all right.
Spitfire is one of the biggest selling beers in the UK, funnily enough.
Yeah, I don't know how, but
yeah. When it goes on a pound a bottle, a lot of the traditional beer fans will buy it for £1 a bottle. For those who know more than just traditional beers, Spitfire's a bit, run of the mill these days, definitely.
Yeah. Other breweries though, obviously, there's quite a few around here. You got Gads, the Ramsgate Brewery, and Hometown Brewery. They do some nice stuff. Always look forward to their green hop beer in September, October sort of time. They do a nice imperial stout. They got it in bottles, but they brewed it 8 years ago, and they've still got loads left. It's like 8-year-old imperial stout, which is really great.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah. Time and Tide, they're more on the craft side than anything else. They're really good. I rate them quite highly. And you've got things like North Down Brewery over in Margate. There is a new brewery that's, I say new, it's been open probably a year and a half, but I've never got round to trying them. A brewery called Flock Brewery. They're in Margate. Obviously, the Watson Brewery, that's just up the road, another 5 miles away. And there's quite a lot of breweries. You go to more West Kent, and there's a hell of a lot more. But Kent Brewery, that's up near Dartford way, I think. There's quite a lot of breweries in Kent. Romney Marsh Brewery down sort of the other side of Folkestone. going towards Romney Marsh. They're really good. And there's quite a few. Oh God, what's the name? Iron Pier Brewery. They're really up and coming as well. Docker. They're Dover way, but they got a bottle shop in Canterbury, the Good Shed, right next to the station. So there's quite a few. I mean, like yourself, there's loads of breweries around you.
Oh God, yeah, more than you could ever visit.
Yeah.
I mean, locally to me in Nottingham, there's so many different breweries, and I cannot keep up with the amount of beers they release. It's impossible.
No.
You know, there's a good, I don't know, 20, 25 breweries in Nottingham alone, microbreweries, most of them. And I mean, just today there's a collab between Black Iris and Neon Raptor, and absolutely unbelievable breweries doing some good beers.
Yeah, I know Neon Raptor. Their stouts, the big imperial stouts that they do now and again are, you know, you go to try and get one online somewhere and they're always sold out. So
yeah,
you
always.
just can never get. Yeah, but, I mean, I've had a fair few of their double IPAs and stuff, and pales and IPAs, and they've been.
I do need to nip down to their tap room and do a bit of a, you know, a session at their tap room. Definitely in Stanton Market.
Have they definitely got a tap room?
Yeah, as far as I remember, yeah.
Oh right, okay. No, I wasn't sure. I'm hoping. I mean, we'll see how things go, but obviously, I won't be able to make the festival, which is a bit. It's just landed on the wrong weekend for me. Like,
yeah, it's a delicate time, isn't it? Yeah, I get that.
It will be, and yeah, any other weekend it would have been all right. Not that one, but yeah. But I mean, I'm doing a few. Well, I'm certainly doing one festival that I'm getting. Well, I'm down for going to London Craft Beer Festival, so that's going to be good. I get my thing in the arm on Tuesday, my first one.
Oh,
so then the second one, yeah, and then the second one's the end of May. So, and that festival is in August, so that's fine. Be fine there. So I'm a bit just a little bit wary, but yeah.
It eases the anxiety. I mean, my wife, she had her COVID jab today because she's a carer from a little boy, and you know, it's only a jab, but it eases the anxiety. It lowers the, you know, you think to yourself, right, 2 or 3 weeks, I've got a good level of, you know, it helps things out. You know, you can think to yourself, okay, well, the protection, I've got protection from now. And, you know, the not knowing is the killer thing with COVID. And that's, you know, it is a scary situation with your parents, and if you've got grandparents, if, you know, these are things, you know.
They've had theirs. They had theirs a couple of weeks ago, the first one. So they've got another week. Then the old antibodies kick in more. No, Joel, no chance. I know 2 people who got it. Obviously, there's a lot of people who got it, but they done reviews of it yesterday. My good friend Ollie from Pint Size done a review of it yesterday, and Scott and Wanda done one as well yesterday.
Yeah, Scott and Wanda did one. Chris the Butcher did one.
Oh, did he? I don't know.
Yeah, he's a friend of theirs. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wasn't overly fussed. You know, I had a look about. It was probably about an hour later, and I'm like, oh, let's have a look, see if. I assume it's sold out, and then everyone's moaning, oh, you know.
For me, it was a bad business decision. If you're going to bring a Cadbury's Cream Egg Stout or whatever it was out, it's Cadbury's Cream Egg, Easter. 500 is never, ever enough. You know, you've got to be looking at 10 to 15,000 at least.
Yeah. Well, judging by the reviews, it was too much. So, I don't know. My second shot. Oh right, okay. No, I'm not worried about it. I just want to get it done. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You can get it; it's available, isn't it? So, which is if you've got a go-to beer, it's all good.
Goose IPA in the summer is nice. Yeah, right time of the year.
Yeah, of course it is. It's all about, and that's the idea. It's more of an attention beer rather than a beer that's gonna, I don't know. It just seems that as soon as I heard the ABV, I'm like, nah, not really. 4.5.
Yeah, it's not. It's a bit sessionable, isn't it? It's a bit on the low side of things. It doesn't hit the spot, as it were.
I think if you want to create a beer like that, it certainly. I mean, it's not all about ABV, as we've said, but you need a bit of body to the beer to carry that flavour through, I think. How you doing, Jake?
Hello. How's it going?
Good. Just talking about that egg beer thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I bypassed
I
that
mean,
one.
15 quid for 2 beers, 4.5% delivered is
Yeah. Well, I think I paid about 15 quid for those two.
Wow. I'd rather have them.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah, definitely.
You got the barrel aged and the original.
It's barrel aged and the original.
10.
Yeah. I'd say the barrel aged is good, and it's not one of those ones where it goes too thin or it's too different from the first one. But the original is chef's kiss, that one.
Yeah.
Damn good.
No, I don't think I've had the original before. I know I've had the bourbon barrel aged one. Is that the same beer that used to be in the big old can?
I assume, because I said that in my review. Like I had 1050 ages ago, and then I haven't got it in recent years because it comes in those huge great cans that were like 28 quid or whatever. So I didn't get it, but yeah, this is the first time I've had the barrel aged one.
Yeah, no, it's good. No,
yeah.
It's just. I mean, there's a load more going on next Monday, isn't there? I believe.
I believe so. Yeah, there's going to be about another. I mean, why would you only release 500 double cans? You're bringing out a beer that Cadbury's. It's a nationwide thing. Goose Island, a part of InBev, Ambush InBev, or whatever you call themselves, and you bring out 500. What the bloody hell are they thinking about?
I think they're trying to drum up demand, aren't they? They're trying to drum up getting people going loopy over it. But it doesn't even have like cream egg in it. All it is it's just like a chocolate milk stout.
Is it?
Yeah, they haven't even like used cream egg anywhere in it. It's just cacao. I think it's cacao nibs and something or other. Yeah.
So the hype, it's all about hype, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, getting a bit from Brewdog with hype, it's jumping on the old hype bandwagon, as it were.
Yeah. I'm all for it for some beers, but that one didn't grab me.
No,
I just think it's one of them gimmicky beers. I was more impressed with the glass than the look of the beer, to be honest.
But I don't think they actually sold the glass, did they?
No, I know. I don't get it. They showed off all this glass, and it's like, well, where can you buy them then?
If you're going to be you're in the middle of COVID. You bought out a Cadbury's cream egg stout. You got 2 beers. Chuck the 2 beers in with the glass. Chuck it on all the big supermarket aisles. You are going to make a killing, mega killing. And I don't understand. I don't understand business at times.
I'm actually quite surprised with the labelling that they were allowed to get away with it, with the influence it could have on children.
It's because the Portman Group is part owned by Big Beer, isn't it? Hasn't Big Beer got some hand in Portman Group or something?
Yeah, obviously Tiny Rebel's not part of the Portman group then, I guess.
No.
So,
Or
you know, they do
Beaver Town or anyone who's had their labels changed.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's you know, if it's wrong, it's wrong across the board. Doesn't matter who, you know, but it's just big business, isn't it? I guess. So I don't know.
And I didn't get the name until Peter said it yesterday. I didn't understand that it was supposed to be Golden Jubilee, but they put Goo Beer Lee on it. I was like, it doesn't sound like Jubilee.
Just,
that one flew over my head.
I'd rather just I'd rather have a cream egg, to be honest with you.
I need to watch Ollie's video. Actually, I haven't watched it yet.
I watched it last night. I watched the Kit Kat one, and that was like, I'd like to know how long it takes him to edit videos. There's so much work goes into his video. It was really good, but flipping heck, you couldn't put one of them kind of videos up every day.
He got that cream egg one out pretty sharpish because he got it that day.
Oh, yeah.
He got that.
Yeah.
He was ready to go. As soon as it came through the door, he was on it. It must have had the day of work.
The beginning, you got to watch the beginning of that review. It's just like, whoa.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but yeah, funny.
Hopefully one day I'll get the cream egg beer, but I'm not overly rushed to buy it. I'm not paying silly money either.
Yeah.
Not for a 4.5% stout.
Yeah, it's like 15 quid. It's like, all right, there are
15 quid.
5 each, and then £5 for the postage. It's like, yeah.
And it was brewed in like West Berkshire or something, wasn't it? Or a brewery like that. It wasn't even brewed in like a Goose Island.
Yeah, contract brewed. Yeah,
contract brewed. Yeah,
contract brewed. Yeah.
Yeah. Funny one. But it's the crazy world of beer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
I'd rather have
you
one
can't
of them.
understand their business decisions. That's for sure.
I'd rather have one of them.
Yeah. Have you cracked yours yet?
No, I'm going to, but it's just I'm not sure if I'm doing a long review or I'm either going to have a load of beers in me when I crack it, or if I start off with one of them, then it's going to get a bit messy. This is CABV was 14.6%, so big old lump.
Yeah.
Session strength then.
Yeah. You can down
two of them. I've got two of them. So.
This one's the barrel aged one's 12.5 for the 1050. You can barely see the because it's like black on black.
Yeah.
So you can barely see the thing compared to the gold.
Yeah, that's much
I like the gold.
Yeah.
But I'm drinking the barrel aged one first because I like the standard one better.
Oh, bless you.
So I'm going to go decrease in ABV rather than ramp it up.
And there's me.
Finish it up. I know. You're steaming earlier though.
That's all right.
No, she's still there. I say it quietly. No Frills Joe Brewing Company. Ernest Pale Ale. I've done a review of that. So that's what I'm about to crack a local brewery beer. Want some brewery 13.
Want some?
81 session IPA. It's only a 3.8er, nothing crazy. And then we'll see.
Survive says you can hear me.
Yeah. Sorry.
You can build up to the Bourbon County.
I'm expecting to come in with the old
red card. Yeah. She's in the background with the red card.
Excellent.
Oh dear.
That's cool.
That's wives for you.
Just catch up some comments. If the computer wants to work. There we go. How you doing? Hope you're keeping well. I need to catch up with your Rogue review you done the other night. It was a bit too late for me. I think it was about 3 in the morning. I thought I'll watch that another time. Yeah. Well, I mean, was it 9 p.m. your time, or no? You're Florida, aren't you? So it would have been 10 p.m. So yeah, 3 o'clock our time. So
I do find it
a
hard
few
to catch
bits.
up with other beer reviewers, if I'm being honest. You know, I
can't
try and catch up with one or two
Yeah.
a week, but it's a struggle.
It's true.
Work, everything
It's
else.
tricky.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
If you'd be watching if you tried to watch everybody. You wouldn't be able to do anything else.
No.
Yeah, you'll get any live. Yeah.
Yeah, just too busy watching everyone else.
Well, I mean, 4.5. You get some nice ones, but it's a gimmicky beer for me. That.
Yeah, all about the gimmick.
Yeah, it's a good attention beer as well. It's like, oh wow, look at this, you know.
Yeah. What they did though, they just messed up by only having so much. They should have gone big, and they'd have sold the lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, he is running it. Yeah, I did enter it, but
which says a lot. It's just going to give the other cat away.
for shits and giggles, just
yeah,
it's there's plenty of other things that I want to probably win above that, but I'll give it a review. I'll give it a try, but even on the pour, it looks a bit. Oh my god, it looks cola-esque. So we've pretty much gone through that one. So
Nothing.
I assume you're drinking that. He's on the bourbon county already, or is that just?
That sounds nice.
Yeah, bourbon county. Yes, that's that bottle I just showed you. Bourbon County from Goose Island. Yeah, it's expensive.
Nice. Yeah,
it's expensive, but it's a beer I've always wanted to try. I've been wanting to try it for like 5 or 6 years, and then it was I don't know if it's still around, but it's £20 a bottle over here.
Ooh.
But
get in.
But I just thought it's been a bit of a shit year, so I went and got 2. So, yeah, I'll have 2 of them.
Well,
and then,
if it ticks the boxes, all good.
Yeah, it is one of those beers that you have to try as well, isn't it? I'm still yet to try.
Yeah.
It. Closest I came was when we were in London, Craig, at the Goose Island pub, and and I was like, oh, I could just buy a bottle of that, and I was like, oh, I'm too fucked. I'm not. Yeah. I'm like, that was not the time.
Yeah. Just gonna shut my screen resolution down a little bit because it seems to be a bit. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just going to be a circle for a minute.
God, move your eggs along.
The eggs are in the background, just in case anybody's watching.
Yeah,
they're still there.
Excellent.
There's more here. That's the wife friends, by the way.
Well, that dragon soup. Have you had your dragon soup yet, Raggy?
No, not yet. No, I'm saving that for an occasion.
Oh, right. Yeah, because I'd love to see you do a live thing of that. That'd be
yeah. I'll do it live. Yeah, when I can stay awake longer.
Yeah,
that's got. Yeah. You want to have that at the start of the night, probably. Don't end on that one.
No, I'll be awake till 5 a.m.
Excellent. People saying hey, which is good. I just had barrel age 1050. Oh, 2017.
No, just 3 of us tonight, but there's lots of people in the background.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm pretty sure I did have the bourbon barrel age 1050 in the big can. 2017, 2018. I can't remember. I know I've done a review of it on draft as well.
Mm-hmm.
In the Ghost Whale bottle shop in London. I've done a review in the actual place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it had it on draft.
That's crazy.
That's why I find it perfect.
Yeah. Good evening.
Hello, Robert.
How you doing?
So This is Mr. Kent Beer Reviews. That's me, obviously. That's Mr. Hopsy and Rob. And that's Mr. Jaco Beers. And that's the wife.
Hello.
Hello.
You're all right. Nice to meet you.
And
Cool.
everybody in the background.
Excellent. Cool.
Excellent.
Yeah. Fucking things.
Is that number 2, is it? Oh, well done. I've pressed the wrong bloody
Help
button.
me.
What did I say? Get me out. Yes,
It's back.
It's in the, yes. Is it number 2? Number
Yes,
4?
it's the second version.
Yeah.
Version
V2.
It doesn't say anywhere on the can that it's V2 or anything like that, but yeah. Yeah, it's a bit, my lighting's not great in here, so.
I do like that your beer
I don't
wall
need a
is all
beer.
front faced. It's looking good.
Can I say? It's actually part of my living room, so it's going to look all right. It's got like
bless.
books and records and stuff on as well. But yeah, it's all about presentation, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You know, as a ex-supermarket worker, it's all about facing them bottles forward. And in your front room, that's amazing. I'd never get away with it, but yeah, that's good.
Ooh, that's lovely. That's beautiful. Yeah, I can't see it. Small white writing. No, I can't see anything about that. But yeah, it's very nice. Perfect first beer of the night.
Nice.
Ease
Yeah,
myself in nicely with a 6%.
That's what
Is it 6%?
Well, I've done the
6%,
exact.
yeah.
I've done the exact opposite of easing
Oh,
myself
yeah. I saw you've got 2.
I've done the opposite from Jake. I've been doing a few 3 session beers, and then
You got your little cask on the go.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that? Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
none of that left.
Bloody hell, I'm 30 years old sat here. I need to go and get myself a beer.
Just
Good, yeah, absolutely. Get yourself a beer. I mean, just watching us drink.
What's
So
this?
what's happened to your keg then, Craig?
that was back in January. That's gone.
Oh, was it?
Ages
Oh,
ago.
right.
Yeah.
Did you figure it out
I
then?
bought it in. I did after, but yeah, that was the first time.
You realised you didn't vent it properly.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought I did, and then
Pissed out.
it just went. I knew it was going to happen because I'd never done one before, so I thought I've got to record it just in case.
You always think those things on the top, the like little venting thing on top, you think they're going to break. 'Cause it's just like you pull that thing up, don't you? And you twist them, but you got to have a bit of force behind it to turn them. And you're thinking, is it just going to tear off? And then I'm just.
Yeah, but the plastic's really thin. You keep moving it backwards and forwards for the pressure, and if that comes off, then what do you do? I've never had one before, and as you can tell, but
you turned it off pretty quickly.
But no, I don't know.
You shut it off before it spaffed.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've tapped like a poly pin.
Yeah,
that's the extent of my beer kind of dispense knowledge experience. Even though I do kind of work in a bar at times, that I have never been shown how to change a keg.
I've changed key kegs, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I have tapped a. It was at when I used to do those tastings. I tapped a barrel, and it was in front of like 40 people. First time I did it, and I was shitting myself. I was like, "Well, why have I been left to do this? I'm just supposed to talk about the beer, not supposed to fucking open the barrel." But I did
the bloody donkey work,
and it was fine.
I think first time I did it went well. Second time, not quite so. But there's like loads of videos on YouTube of like badly done ones.
Yeah.
That's better. It's everyone.
You haven't got to have a bit of confidence. A bit of welly and a bit of confidence, you're all right.
Yeah, a couple of whacks.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's gone upstairs now, so I can go sneak to the shed and get a beer.
Go for it.
You've got to have it, you know.
Absolutely.
If she knew what I really drank, I'd be in the shit every day. But you know,
if she watched the YouTube channel, she'd be alarmed.
I'm sure if she looked and think, he's only been reviewing beers for 2.5 years. Yet he's got 2,037 reviews. How the hell did he do all that? And I have to wonder myself, how the hell did I do that?
Not bad. It's not bad in 2 years.
It's quite a
Bloody
lot,
hell.
actually, yeah, because Simon always brags about how many he's done, but he's not done that many, has he? Well, he's probably done more than 2,000, but...
Oh. Although I'm not a
He ain't
big
done
drinker, funnily enough.
Fucking hell, right, yeah. Aren't you?
No, I'm not. I go out with the mates on a night out. We go down the Mansfield Road in Nottingham. We'll start off with the Forest Tavern, what's called the Maze. And I'll have a screech owl or something. And 7 pubs in, and I'm steaming. 7 different beers, absolutely bladdered. And I'm that's it. I'm going home. I've had enough. I'm bladdered. My mates, oh yeah, we're going for a curry. Then we're going nightclub, and I'm like, right. I can't do it. And yet I can drink more in the week than they can. So, not a big beer drinker. Yeah. Just me.
It's volume what does me. If you pints and pints, that does me in. I mean, just having a volume of low ABV stuff, that'll do me in. It's not like if I have kind of small amounts of like strong stuff, don't hit me like this. Don't hit me in the same way. Don't finish me off. Might be a bit wobblier earlier, but
if I'm drinking homebrew, and it's something, this is where your brain is a computer in some ways. So I'm drinking homebrew wine or whiskey or whatever, whatever's homebrew. I can drink a hell of a lot of it, and it doesn't affect me. Yet if I were to go out and drink the same volume of wine or whiskey in a pub, a pint of whiskey, not that you should, obviously, but a pint of whiskey at home doesn't bother me. A pint of whiskey in a pub would absolutely, well, you wouldn't drink a pint anyway, but it would absolutely floor me. It's amazing how your brain copes with the alcohol content and mixing.
So I've never really bought into the concept of mixing being a problem. I think it's just if you have 5 pints of beer, a shot of tequila, a Jägermeister, a glass of wine. It's just I think you've just had a lot of booze, and that's why you're pissed. It's nothing to do with.
Yeah. There was actually a study conducted about the effects of like mixing alcohol, and it was deemed that most of the time people that mix are on a big night out.
Yeah,
hardcore.
And it's not going to end well no matter what you drank.
Yeah,
no.
So if you have a beer and then you have a whiskey, you'll be fine. But if you just keep going with it, then you're going to be you're going to have a bad day the next day.
See, I was walking out. I just reminded me. I was walking out of Asda yesterday, and I saw on side they had packs of Guinness for 15-pack of Guinness, £12.97. And I'm thinking, all these people who are like raring to get out on it on a thing out in town when lockdown is lifted. You're not going to get 15 beers for 13 quid.
Yeah,
no,
that's 2 pints in your average shitty.
Yeah,
like towny bar.
That's why in my younger days, it's why we'd just get the whole thing of a night out was round a mate's house, getting absolutely caned on cheap stuff, and then you go out at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
and you're like, well, have an hour out, and then go back and get caned some more.
That's what my daughter would do. Get pissed at home and then go into town at 11, 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Whereas me and the wife, our generation, the 40s, soon to be 50, fucking hell, pardon my French. We'd go into town at 6 o'clock, and we'd still be in town at 3 a.m, funnily enough. But, yeah, and a lot poorer, obviously, at the end of it.
Yeah, but I couldn't do that now. I couldn't just sit drinking at home and then go out. If I'm drinking at home, I'm just drinking at home. That's it. There'll be no going out after.
Yeah, we used to go to a kind of a members bar. They made people have memberships because there were loads of underage drinking in there. If everybody had a card, the police. It was maybe like a snooker club. It wasn't really. It was a shithole, and like bands played there and stuff. That's why we went. But it was a bit of an alternative kind of place called Players in Wakefield, and we'd go and buy a bottle of shit cider, not 2 litres of White Lightning. That was done
Frosty
one night,
Gaps.
and it fucking ruined us. No, it was more of this, like, I don't know what it was called. It was a smaller bottle, maybe 1.5 litres. Go and get one of them. Go to this car park. Maybe it was 750 up the road from Players. Have that, then wander down and have a couple of pints, and then you're well on your way. You'd have a night out for a tenner.
Yeah.
Oh, when I want a lad, I tell you, I want a lad. You know, go out, get pissed up in a car park.
Yeah. Well,
Have a couple of pints and fish and chip supper, and you'll be home with change.
I remember like some of my favourite nights were, and this is what me and my best friend, we used to just get wrecked at his house, listening to music that we wanted to listen to, having an absolutely great time, and then feel obligated that, oh shit, we better go out. So we went out for an hour, and it's like, should we just get a curry? Let's get a curry and then go home. Oh, Peter.
Evening all.
Evening.
Hope everyone's well.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
How's everyone else?
Good.
All good, thank you.
Drinking beer.
I'm drinking nothing. Right, I'm off. Get some beer.
Get to shed.
Yes.
Replying to James Moore's comment earlier about the overtone stratosphere. Got a can of that today, but it's picked up for me today, and so I will have it probably. Might have it tomorrow, maybe on Wednesday. But yeah, that sounded really good. 8% strata. I love strata.
Crazy. It's crazy. It's got down to Cornwall in 2 days. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's got out. It's getting out. It's overturned now. But I mean, if you buy it direct, you get it next day. If you order before noon, you get it next day. It's great service. I mean, they're up in Scotland now. I'm in Yorkshire. That's still a fair whack.
Yeah.
So they call us Southerners up there. So
when I ordered from them, it was like a little bit after the thing, and I just emailed them and said, "Any chance?" And then they're like, "Yeah, we can get it next day for you." But obviously, they can't do that every time. But it was good customer service. It wasn't like, "Oh no, the van's gone."
Yeah.
Is that because you share the name of the brewery?
Exactly. I said here.
This is Jake Overton.
I have a 90% share in the name, just missing an E. That's it.
I omit the E for professional reasons.
It's a stage name.
But, so I've got that coming tomorrow anyway. I think rebrew of opaque dankness, which is really nice as well. But yeah.
Oh, that's better.
I'd look at that. I don't know if anybody had look at the. I don't think that's Fanta. I don't know if you looked at that special edition of Bourbon County. What were on that Dutch site?
Do you know my wife one day?
Yeah,
£49.
My wife one day, she picked up a bottle of Pepsi in the kitchen, and she poured it out for my son, my 10-year-old. And my 10-year-old says, "Mum, this don't taste right. Don't taste like cola." And she says, "Get it down here, it's cola." And it wasn't cola, it was red wine. But
Did you drink it?
No, he didn't drink it. No.
I remember. I think I was back in Wakefield for a mate's birthday or something. So I stayed over at my mum and dad's house when they lived over there, and was pissed up. And so I woke up in the middle of the night. It was middle of summer. Woke up in the middle of the night. We needed a drink of water. Went to the fridge, and I'm like, "Oh, there's a small Evian bottle in there. Oh, lovely." So boiling up, pissed a bit, really ropey, needing a drink. Oh, I'm a good old swig of that. It was neat Bacardi. So sort me. I finished it though. Sort me out. But no, you think it was nice and cold. That's all I was after. But yeah, but they barely drink. They drink a bit of Bacardi and Coke, and that's about it. But yeah, oh jeez.
extra.
Cheers,
What are you
mate.
drinking, Peter?
Thank you.
I'm on the Blueberry French Toast Imperial Brown Ale from Licking Hole Creek.
Oh,
Ah.
great name.
Yeah,
Imperial Brown Ale.
I love the fact that they're based in Goochland as well.
Licking Hole Goochland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it says it's French toast, but I don't get French toast. But how are you going to get French toast in a beer?
Yeah.
Lactose,
Cinnamon.
cinnamon,
Cinnamon in there.
vanilla.
Butter.
The times I've had a beer that says it's aimed around French toast, it's always been more like sort of like pancakes. To me, it's more blueberry syrup on pancakes than it is blueberry French toast. But
Yeah,
it's
I had
still
one
nice,
from Wicked Weed, an Imperial Stout, which was made from French toast. And Thingy, yeah, same with Thingy though. Did you have track?
Yeah,
Lost at Sea.
yeah. Again, I
That
didn't
was
get
French toast.
any sort of French toast, but it was just, in fact, it was just a really good sort of honest tasting Imperial Stout with some.
Yeah, really nice one. Yeah, it could have been kind of adjunct heavy, but it really wasn't. French toast, posh eggy bread. That's exactly what it is.
Hot eggy bread.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've made, because this is the kind of guy I am. I've made French toast numerous times, but I've never successfully made eggy bread. I considered it the other day. Then I made a carbonara from scratch. But you mean that's the kind of guy I am. That's how I use my eggs. Massive twats. Yeah.
Do you
I like
finish
to
your
use what I've got in fridge.
Do you finish your carbonara with a raw yolk over the top?
No.
Yeah.
I'm not
that poncy then.
No.
I've had them when it's just slightly they're taking the egg yolk, just the yolk off, and kind of very lightly poached it, and that was quite nice actually. But raw egg, they've got to be super fresh, aren't they?
Yeah.
Don't fuck around with eggs that you've had in fridge for a week.
No.
Well, you know with eggs that if you
know about eggs, I know about
that. Put your egg in. If it goes to the bottom, it's fine. If it floats, chuck it.
It's about oxygen.
There you
Isn't
go.
it? It's about oxygen.
Yeah.
There's 3 stages in there. Flat, sunk to the bottom.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It's perfect. It's okay.
When it's like that, when it's a bit up, it's still all right. If it's up straight, you
If
fuck.
it starts to bounce up, don't touch the stone there.
Yeah.
Don't touch it.
No, don't touch that.
And if it starts chirping, then you've really got a bad egg.
Yeah, there's an issue.
Fuck, that's fresh.
I've always got eggs in the background for anybody who wants to know anything about eggs.
That'll be the next live Raggy's egg talk. I said Reggie. I did accidental pun.
Raggy's reggae.
My exciting talk.
Cracking.
Yeah. It's no joke.
Here we go. He's getting warmed up.
But this bit, it's extraordinary.
So what is it? Apart from
It's Young's oak aged rum ale. Homebrew.
your homebrewed version of.
So yeah, it's quite a nice beer, really. You do get the aged, but it's got oak chips chucked into it. So
What being soaked in rum?
Nice. About 6%. Yeah.
So do you soak the chips in the egg, the wood chips, the wood chips? Do you soak them in rum to get to?
No. You just chuck them in.
All right.
Yeah. When you're brewing it at the start of the fermentation process, you put all the bits and bobs in as you do water, the mix, the malt or whatever. You don't need no sugar because it's a £25 kit, so you don't put sugar in. And then you put the chips in at the beginning. Then you chuck the yeast in, and it gives it that aged appearance without actually aging it in an oak barrel. Supposedly.
Right.
Supposedly.
I once did an export stout. With chips, because you mean to sanitize it, you meant to cover it in some kind of spirit just to sanitize your wood chips so there's no infections. And I had like a really, really old bottle of Jim Beam, what was knocking around, so I soaked it in Jim Beam.
Oh,
And
lovely.
I think it imparted quite a lot of bourbon soaked into it. It was maybe 8.4. I'm not sure what it was after I'd essentially grogged it. So,
Yeah. Well, because there's a
it
lot of
was one of
surface
my
area.
favourite beers I've ever
There's a
made.
lot of surface area on a wood chip, isn't there? There's a lot of.
No, it was tiny little chips. Tiny little
Oh, was it?
chips.
Oh, okay.
So like ones you get from TK Maxx in summer.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
not,
yeah.
not,
No,
not
those
nice big
ones.
chunks.
No.
No, what I used was a powdered version. So, you know, I would have thought it would be quite sanitized, I suppose.
Right.
as
Yeah.
far as
Oh,
it's
right.
sanitized. Yeah.
Yeah, mine would just like what about wood chips, what you get for barbecue.
Oh, right. That's
Mm.
different.
Because you can get all sorts. Because you can buy for you can buy different kind of woods,
Mm.
and you can often buy ones what have been essentially kind of obliterated spirit barrels. I mean, I've for barbecue, and I've had with bourbon soaked chips, and I've had like what used to be a white wine barrel, and when you smell chips, they've got a real kind of white wine character to them.
Right.
But yeah, so that's my mate in America who's a really good home brewer. He'd use oak spirals, soak his spirals in whatever, and then that were nice. He did do like Belgian. When I went to his house, he just made a like a Belgian blonde, but with kind of cedar spirals. That's what Siren do, don't they? Siren use wood spirals for a lot of their stuff. It's a kind of it's quick and easy way of imparting wood.
Yeah, well, that's essentially Innocent Gun fake the barrel aging process, isn't it? Yeah.
With the chips.
Yeah.
No, with spirals.
Yeah.
They are like big wooden. Yeah. I thought Innocent Gun did actually have barrels, but they're just in it for like 45
They
minutes.
used to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're very
for a
upfront.
couple of weeks.
If you go on their website, they're very upfront about their method. It's like these tanks, and they just put the chips in the tank.
Okay.
And then it just
Oh, yeah.
but it's not like ferment. It's like they've got this system for like oak aging their beers in a very. It's like the Carlingization of like oak aging.
I've never
Let's
liked
refresh.
it.
No, I've never
As
really
long as
been a
it
big fan of
tastes
it.
near enough, does it matter how you get
It's
to
too
that?
long.
You know,
Short.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
if
It's
you're
the
chucking
right
out
thing,
chips
isn't it?
in and you're making a beer that tastes of oak, they're all good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. 66 days though is pointless. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I bet Siren don't when they were doing like the barley wine that I had. It's spun on cedar, maple, and something else, and that had a very woody character. I guess it's we a barrel. It's all about the wood and its previous use, isn't it? That you want to extract some of that character as well.
Yeah.
So
well,
I've never.
that was a barrel forward.
Yeah.
Barrel aged beer. It was crazy.
What did I have recently? Bourbon barrel aged. It was absolutely incredible. I had 1050 last Sunday night. We did our kind of Sunday session, which is always fun. Then it does leave you with a bit of a tea time lull. So
I just fall
anyway,
asleep.
I kind of like Owen got dropped off, put him to bed, blah blah blah. So then that's 2 hours later, and and I always like a stout for a Sunday night in theory. So and I got a can of 1050, so a bit like, I want something I can rely on, and I poured it out, had a drink, and I was a bit like, that's not what I remember, or it's just not what I was wanting right now. What was in my kind of like mind's eye, what it was.
Yeah.
So I was like a bit like, okay. Anyway, popped it down, fell asleep on sofa. Hour and a half later, woke up and were like, oh, for fuck's sake, like full glass. But then I tried to drink it. And I was like, no, that's not going down. That's not going down. It was a crank shame, but I wasn't going to choke it down.
That's too hot.
Just a bit like.
But
if you just woken up essentially, I do it fucking down a 10.
But I really enjoyed them. And oh, sorry, Craig, go on.
Yeah. I know. I done that last week with. It was quite late on, like I ended up like getting to the point where I wasn't not drunk, but I I had a few beers, but I was so tired. I'm like, I can't drink it. You know, just hit me all of a sudden, and then I'm like, there you go. But yeah, that's don't do it to beers like that. Happens now and again.
Yeah, with the 10 feet, I forgot how much of a bitter beer it is. It's actually got quite a bit of bitterness to like back it up, and I forgot about that. Initially, it's like all these like sweet sort of chocolatey caramel. I did actually say in my review, soon to be out shortly on Jaco Beer. I actually said you're not going to believe this, but it's chocolate coffee caramel. And
sometimes some beers are like not all beers.
No, exactly. Yeah, but I did elaborate on my thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But there's a whack of bitterness on there. And then I looked it up after the fact because I never look it up before, which is always my downfall. But it's like 65 IBUs, so it's like quite a hefty.
Wow.
Yeah,
quite a bitter,
it's like a bitter beer, and there was like a bitter bite that because I haven't had it in a few years, 1050. And I was like, "Whoa, that has got a punch to it." And then afterwards, 65 IBU, that is quite a whack for an imperial stout.
I don't think I've ever had the base. I've never had that base beer. I've just had the barrel aged. I've just had the barrel aged in can and draft before. I've never had the base beer.
Yeah,
I think
always getting mixed up with Oscar Blues.
I'm sorry, Craig.
What's the other one? The Scotch. What's the name of it?
Scotch ale.
The Chug.
It's not good. No, it's not good. No, it's not good. No. Oh yeah, Chub.
I always get mixed up with that.
Yeah.
Old Chub.
Oh yeah, I remember I got that in a big can once.
I thought it was the same beer years ago. Years ago, I bought a can in a Brewdog bar, and I didn't do it. I just had it. Wow, that's amazing. For ages, I thought, it's the same beer. And then it's actually, you idiot, it's a bloody stout. Yeah, I don't think I've ever
Old
had
Chub.
that.
They've got it for you. Got it on Beer Hop. Old Chub at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't. That's one place I want to get some Sierra Nevada stuff. That's really good, isn't it? That's a really good price.
Yeah. I mean, as far as like the old school
about 7 or 8.
Oscar Blues, they've got their hazy stuff, which I'm not really that interested in, to be honest.
No.
But they've got Good Night, which is amazing. That's an Imperial Red Ale. That's great beer. An Old Chub at the moment.
Awesome.
Dal's Pow Ow. I always find that your lot. You
southern.
Say no, you specifically down on the eastern corner.
Yeah.
And they've got all the Founders stuff is on there now as well, which is very tempting.
Yeah, I'm not bothered about
including
tempting but contentious.
Yeah, true. But Backwards Bastard.
Yeah, I'm not bothered about it.
Backwards
I had
Bastard.
with Craig at Leeds International.
Yeah,
remember it.
I don't
remember it well.
That's the one beer where I'm like, I can overlook.
I can overlook.
I can overlook for breakfast stout big time.
I could never had
a lot for breakfast stout.
A Scotch ale as satisfying as Backwards Bastard. That's just it's an almost perfect beer.
Did I give you an aged one?
You certainly did.
I've still got to.
I love that beer.
Great beer. Having it fresh is a whole different ballgame as well. Yeah, their porter's great as well. I mean, I'm really quite interested in seeing what the Centennial IPA is like these days. I mean, just old school. What they all like. And they've got one coming in, which is a porter called Panther Cub. Which
old
is a
school,
porter
like
with vanilla and maple in bourbon barrels as well. That sounds nice.
Yeah. They got. I mean, they do some great beers, but yeah.
What's the coconut porter from Oscar Blues? That's a banging beer as well.
Death by Coconut.
Death by Coconut. Yeah, that's a beer.
So I thought that was all right.
To be honest, I've only ever had it on keg. So
So I can imagine it being a little
nice
bit better than a
experience.
can.
Yeah. I had it on keg in Bury St Edmunds, in the middle of a food festival. So I think it was a time and place thing as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Sierra Nevada stuff, exciting stuff on beer hop, we've got Narwhal, straight up Narwhal, and then they've got
That's a good beer.
can of the barrel aged. It is 16 quid, but it is 11.9. But yeah, Narwhal's good beer. If you've never had it, it's worth having. I mean, they've got
Is that still in the 355ml bottle as well?
Yes, the standard is. But the big one, the barrel aged is in what size can?
Is this beer hop?
Yeah,
Beer hop.
they've got.
Interesting.
I can't see what they've got. A big can is.
So yeah, I was quite...
Whatever the American, what their American 440 was it 3, 4, 5, 9, something like that.
Yeah, I'm gutted that I didn't do an order when they had Celebration on, because that's a really good IPA.
Yeah.
Celebration.
We got some in a triangle. Don't think we've got any left. Sold out. Yeah, it did sell well. It was good.
That's a good IPA, even like half a year old.
But it's very malt forward, isn't it? Celebration.
Yeah. I think I've got a couple of bottles. Oh no, we had them. We had them quite soon after I moved in. I had a I had like a 7-year-old one, a 4-year-old one, and then a fresh one. The fresh one was lovely. The really old one was lovely. I think the one in the middle, I think it might have got a bit oxidized. It wasn't right, because you didn't see the kind of like the curve of time. The old one was beautiful. It was kind of like a small barley wine. I mean, but Sierra Nevada put a lot of work and money into their caps.
Yeah.
They've got like oxygen reducing caps and stuff like that. If you ever look at their caps, they're a bit different. Got a little bit of something to their cap.
Like a membrane.
Yeah. It's not just like they've got something so it kind of fills the air space a bit better. So they do age really well. But yeah, that one just somewhat was seriously wrong. But the old one, it's like 7%, lovely, kind of loads of toffee and red apple and beautiful.
13%. That's my sort of.
That's a Raggy Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Sweetie Bob, isn't it?
2 miles away from me.
Centurion something.
Talking about this earlier, I've never had any of their cups or anything like that. I'd like to try some of their.
That's the best.
I had one of their Imperial Stouts. It's like a big 14% thing, and that was one of my late contenders for beers of the year, like a couple of years ago. Yeah, I had it in like December. I think the night we might have actually done like a beers of the year or golden pints thing, and it was like and I can't remember if it was that one exactly, but it was they're big old adjunct heavy 13% beers are pretty good. I've never had any of their pale beers or anything like that.
Really? IPA is good.
Yeah.
They kind of like the 7-8% I'd say can be really good. It can get a bit samey. It's not a brewery that I'd have like week in, week out. You know, I mean, they are a brewery that I definitely want to visit their tap room.
I do as well. And actually, I only live a few miles away. I certainly need to do it.
How close are they to you then?
Yeah, I've got that coming tomorrow night. So.
Oh, there you go. Strawberry lemonade, what?
Interesting. Strawberry lemonade IPA. It's actually it's classed as a sour IPA on tap. But they've got a series of this. This is the strawberry and lemonade version. So.
No, we had different. What did we have? Something about suspicious luggage or something. Very suspicious luggage. That was the last one I had from them.
Suspicious luggage.
Yeah,
that was the original one. We had the very suspicious luggage, which might be like the double IPA version. They're in that tier with a lot of others, like Polly's, for example. I think maybe Polly's are a little bit. I prefer Polly's to Neon Raptor, but very much on that line with Polly's and I guess Pomona, and there's a bunch of those kind of like secondary tier kind of like
Mhm.
breweries.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
had what I've heard, and they're a bit that step down. Not always in quality, but just kind of sometimes often a lot
Yeah,
bit
very
smaller.
naughty.
Quality not
I
quite as
enjoyed that.
on board.
Very naughty.
S43. I mean, there's a bunch of breweries which kind of in that kind of middle bracket. I quite like them. There's a festival which would have been this weekend in Sheffield called Indie Beer Feast, which was the last beer festival I went to. Really good beer festival in this old kind of abandoned cinema in Sheffield, on the outskirts. And their festival is all that. Like they've got like Brick on. Who did this? So yeah, Brick, Turning Point, Elusive, Polly's, Wonder Beyond, Neptune. I'm just walking through Ramp Beer Festival in mind. So it's all kind of like not
Like
it's not
Sherlock.
it's not the prettiest girls in school. You know what I mean? In school, just
Yeah.
like if you go to Indie Man, it's
Yeah.
and Hob City and stuff. It's
All the big ones.
Cloudwater and Verdant and Daya and Northern Monk and which it always ends up being the same fucking breweries at every beer festival, ain't you? Done it?
Yeah.
But for a good reason as well. But because I think like Boutiliers tried to do that, didn't they, Craig? In Kent. I don't know. Did that even happen? Did that ever happen? That festival?
They done the first one in August 2019, and then the following last year they planned to do two, and obviously it all went pear shaped. But they're looking at doing one in August, I think, this year. But they're just being careful. They're not scheduling nothing, no dates yet. But
and I think like Neon Raptor went to that one and stuff, didn't they? I think it was all. I think they pitched it very much as like breweries of that level. Sorry,
well, they had great plans for last.
I think Rob like that.
They had great plans for last. And it never actually never happened, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it just didn't happen. They had some great breweries down for the one last.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, obviously, it all went wrong because they were going to do one in May and one in August. They were going to do one in Ashford in May, and then they were going to do at the original venue in Deal. They were going to do another one, but it's a shame, really. That's really good brewery, penciled in for that. But
yeah,
it is what it is. How's that beer going, Billy? Any good?
Oh, going sound, thanks. I was going to ask a question, and to fellow beer reviewers, I bow to to you. So, in the last year, we'll call it the last year, what's your favourite craft brewery? I mean, on the supermarket scene, Northern Monk have done exceptionally well. If you look at the supermarkets only, Northern Monk, Salt Beer Factory, Siren Craft Brew, obviously Brewdog are there, but Brewdog just care about themselves.
Brewdog are also there.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's your favourite craft beer brewery? Just out of interest amongst other beer reviewers. It's nice to hear views of point of views rather.
It's a trick. It's a trick. I'm terrible at picking favourites. I'm terrible at picking favourite films, favourite books, favourite anything.
It is difficult. Yeah.
I flip flop all the time. But like in terms of local stuff for me, and not everyone's a winner, but they're pretty consistent. Is Burnt Mill, and they're like my main local brewery.
Yeah,
sort of thing. I've got one of their beers to review, funnily enough.
They're like 15 minutes from house. Like
I've been really enjoying stuff from these guys, Raggy.
Oh, and the Colonel.
The Colonel doesn't have to. They don't have to like depend on trends or what's popular at the time. They just brew the beers that they want to, and they don't come out with like new IPAs. They just have the same recipe, but sort of like adapt it to what sort of like hops and ingredients they get. But Yeah, the Colonel. I've always enjoyed the Colonel, but since I actually made an order with them, just every
I
beer
had
that
a-
I've had.
Anyway,
I had the low cost beer advent calendar at Christmas,
Right, John.
and there were two
Okay.
pale ales after another. Both were Colonel breweries with different hops in, and the difference in taste was unbelievable. Using
Yeah.
a core recipe with different hops, very good.
Yeah, they're so good at doing that, and they do the export stout, which is just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing, that stuff.
And I can't remember
Yes, I've had that.
what's the recipe they base it off.
I think it was a
1890,
a recipe from 1890. From
Yeah, it's like
London.
It's probably Barclay Perkins.
I can't remember. I
From that
looked it
era.
up because I had to edit the information on my video. But really, really good. And I'd also say, out of the sort of like more, if you want to say fashionable breweries, I'd say Track are probably one of the best.
Got a triple on next. I'm working up to it.
I'm going to work down in ABV.
Yes, vocation, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, Vocation have been doing really good
We'll
recently.
pass each
Burnies.
So
Yeah,
loads,
pass each other,
loads,
Jacob.
I've got one
loads.
there. Yeah.
It says crisp finishing IPA in our house style hop to Columbus Amarillo, an abundance of mosaic.
I find that's what like
Very nice.
it's those breweries like Burn and Sky, Beak, Colonel, and those sort of breweries where it's just consistent, really good beer. It's not beer that's going to sort of like blow your mind and it's like the craziest thing you've ever tasted. But that's what I tend to spend my money on nowadays. Is those beers where I can depend on it.
See, I don't think I can depend on Burn Sky IPA at all.
Oh really? No, I
I've
think
had some really fucking.
maybe I haven't had enough of all of the different.
The last one I had was shite, actually.
Oh,
It was a version of Indecision Time, like revolving with a hot
Yeah.
beer.
Well, is it because it's a revolving hot beer? Is it because it's a?
No, because it was dog shit.
Yeah, there we go. Decided.
Previous versions have been wonderful, and that it was just terrible. John Me is pint of ale. What's going on here?
It gets so much worse.
10 pack of tenants.
Yard of ale.
Oh, hang on! I recognise that can.
Do viewer requests because this is the kind of thing that
Oh,
happens.
I've never seen that. Blimey, tenant special.
Special.
Tenant
Yeah.
super.
It's
special.
it's so special they don't even mention it on their own websites.
Is that because the can is from 1984?
Well, it's got that vibe to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much
It
so.
feels at home in like the background of like Only Fools and Horses or something.
Yeah.
It is water. It's just water.
Really?
Just brown water. That's all this tastes like.
That's how it's going to come out anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What were we on?
How strong is it?
Sorry?
How strong is your brown water?
3.5%.
Oh,
Wow.
with that name, you expect it to be a bit of a big lad. But
You see, that was what I first thought when I picked it up, and then once I got it home, I was like, right, how bad is it? And I was like, 3.5%. What? I am perplexed because like, for what you pay for that, you could just get like a can of regular Tennants, which tastes a lot better. That is not my brewery of the year, by the way. Tennants is not.
Tennants.
I bet you never
Yeah.
thought you'd ever say
Every
that
year.
sentence.
Pick up the red tea. Nah.
It's the brewery of the decade, the millennia.
Do you know? I'll start an
Yeah,
argument with
Tennants.
Fierce. I think they've been doing some good work in the last 12 months.
I've not had Fierce for a while, but I quite like their Cafe Racer.
Yeah. Do you know, they do a really good job of getting something that appeals to everyone. Because we used to stock it quite a lot back in the days when, I used to work to earn a living. Now I just sit money comes at me, it's great. But we used to
I'm
stock
not
a lot
looking
of
forward to the time when I'm expected to work again.
I know, right? We
Commute.
used to stock all sorts of stuff and like
I really like working from home.
something for everyone. It worked.
Done it. Somebody
Done
else's
it.
shit.
Completed it.
How I see
Completed
it,
it.
Completed it.
getting back all the overtime we pissed up the wall the previous 8 years. So
Gonna get a beer.
I guess the good thing of the low ABV Tenants Celebration Ale, what it's called, special,
Celebration.
is that it's not that special. Tenants, not that special.
If you're celebrating an unwanted child, maybe buy this.
Special.
That's the kind of celebration you're talking.
It's an interesting choice of word, special, and for that, this is our special ale.
Yeah.
Mm.
How
The
did
good
I-
thing is, you won't get that drunk though. You can drink it all, and you'll feel no effect at all, apart from just constant trips to the toilet.
How? I mean, I know I'm good, but come on.
We've just gone down.
Peter, I saw that.
As-
I
as
saw
it
that
would.
T-shirt before you bought it, and I forgot to send you a link. I thought Peter will like that,
Oh yeah.
and then you bought it. Do you know what you need? And then for a second, it looked like you had it already for your headphones. You needed like a nice gold chain wearing
Oh yeah.
on the
definitely.
outside of the T-shirt.
Oh no, you
That's
need
what
like
There
a
you go.
gold chain, but for your glasses. You know, like how
Yes,
like
and they let them fall down.
They're losing their glasses all the time. I actually want one of those because I am sick of having to take these fucking things off every time I have to put my mask on. And it's like, they're there, just hanging below my tits. That's fine. That works.
A glasses chain is a very specific look. It's creepy.
Well, I mean, a couple of years ago when the shopping bag charge came in, those fucking granny trolleys were suddenly all in fashion, weren't they?
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
Very
some
true, yeah.
40-year-old dragging that along, and it's like, oh, we've all gone before our times, haven't we?
The Tartan shopping trolley. I'm sure the 10 a penny up your way there.
Put a few
Pump
badges
it
on
into him, can't bloody walk for a Tartan shopping trolley. Or a tin of shortbread.
Hey,
Tartan
shortbread.
shopping trolley's a really good name for a beer.
Shortbread.
Tartan shopping trolley. I went to an event that Wylam did at Little Leeds Beer House when they were launching Double Jacob, which I've still got the bottle of and I bought it before I tasted it, and then I tasted it and found out it was massively infected, so I never opened it. But I've still got the bottle. Anyway, but Dave, the owner, and I always forget Lee, who's no, not Lee. I forgot his name. Big fucking beardy chap who's their brewer. I remember them rocking up with all the beer because they brought like mini casks of it. Bought a polypin actually, bought a polypin of the beer on draft. And a load of cans, not a load of bottles. It's pre-cans. This load of bottles in Tartan shopping trolleys. So they jumped on a train from Newcastle with the shopping trolleys, wheeled them over, and it was a freezing cold night. And because Dave wears big fucking jam jar glasses, they're completely steamed up. So he rocks up, steamed up glasses, Tartan shopping trolley. It's quite a sight.
It was like a budget Mr.
Dave,
Freeze.
do
I
us
would
a
imagine.
He's a very, very wealthy man, as it turns out.
161 days to LCBF. There you go.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I'm really kind of like, I'm really up in the air about that. As much as I'd like to go.
Yeah,
We've all been down this road before.
I'm just doing the I can only do the Saturday, so but it's a bit easier for me to get there than it is for for you, Rob.
Yeah,
I can do it in a day. I don't.
I can do it in a day. Piss.
Yeah. It's going to
Is
be a
that a
very,
London City Beer Festival?
Would
yeah,
you
it's
want
going to
London
be a
Craft
very
Beer Festival,
expensive
yeah.
trip, that.
I
really
can do it
good.
in a day
It's
very
really
cheaply and in an hour.
There may
Yeah, I'm
be a
kind of bumming an iron
chance.
about Bristol
Yeah,
now
it
because I
helps,
just think
There may be a
50 quid
chance that
all
I
in.
might not actually do
It's
each
really
session
soon.
and just opt to go to
Well,
Six
that's
London breweries.
that's the thing. After
so
the Saturday
sweet.
one, come back to Shoreditch with me, where I'm going to get my train, and we can go to McKellar. We can go to all the.
See,
shit
I
around.
might actually do that because I think even if I don't go to each actual session, I don't think I'm going to lose out on that much money if I'm actually still going to spend time going to different places.
Yeah.
What have you bought? Like all in?
Yeah. I went for the
Mate.
all in.
I've seen.
I have.
I mate. You have as well, Craig. I always think of Ian. You might be a Southend.
Yeah.
He used to always do like
Yeah,
all
yeah.
sessions, and he was just like,
Yeah.
"Fuck me, it's hard work." It stops being fun.
But the thing
one
is,
thing
as
I'm
long
gonna
as
say
you,
is,
I think as
I'm
long as
not
you do
looking
2 or
forward to
3
that
sessions,
train ride home.
No.
That's all I'm going to say.
as long as
3
you do
weeks,
2,
3 days after.
Yeah.
You're still trying to get over your hangover.
Yeah.
as long as you do 2 or 3 sessions, you've made
thing is,
made your money
I
back
prefer-
really in terms of beer.
Yeah.
And you don't have to go for the whole session as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
You don't have to fucking go for it.
It's not that.
for money.
Yeah. That's what I did last time I went to LCPF.
Yeah.
It ended very badly.
Yeah, that
Very badly.
Sorry.
But see, because it kind of like
over.
I mean, I said, for what Peter's doing, if it's good value, that works out because you don't feel the kind of the pressure to get your money's worth. But therein lies the issue we're having these kind of things in England or in the UK in general. People want to get their money's worth, and what happens? They get fucking annihilated, don't they?
Yeah.
That's why Beavertown always worked out. Beavertown's festival because it was long. It was fucking how long were the sessions at Beavertown? Long,
They were
weren't
long old sessions, yeah.
6 hours.
I think they reduced
Maybe
it for the
longer.
second one, yeah. Yeah, they were long. Yeah, I worked one, and we ran out of beer, so I just fucked off and started drinking.
So you didn't, because it was just like was it one session per day? Start at like 4 until finish or something.
No, there was 2 sessions.
Really?
Yeah,
Per day?
yeah. I'm pretty sure there was 2 sessions.
Could
Could have been a whole day thing, but I can't remember it being that way because I remember drinking and just sort of like carrying on drinking. Maybe it was long. Maybe it was long session. I'm the worst person to ask because I was hammered.
Robin Hood Beer Festival in Nottingham, they start at 11 o'clock and they go till 11 at night for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, that's
4 days.
That's a proper camera.
Wow.
That's a proper camera festival.
Yeah.
Camera festivals will have
Camera.
sessions as well. Yeah.
The berry
I mean,
ceremonies
I've
one
been
has
here all day Friday
Yes,
from
breweries
11 in the morning, late at night, steaming.
Yeah. Travel and brew.
Lovely.
Travel and brews. I'll be
Saturday,
doing
please.
both sessions on Saturday.
Your last can.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Both sessions Saturday. You're gonna be fucking a ruining
as long as you're there for the first
talk
session.
to
with
him
me.
first session because you're not going to get much out of him in the second one.
As long as you're at the first session
two
with me, Craig,
sessions
I'm fine.
The thing is that
on the Friday. So go on.
no, there won't be. I'm just going to pick and choose. I'm not. It's not going to be. The pressure's off to a degree if you're doing.
Yeah.
That's the way I.
That's what I'm
not going to be
doing.
doing great. If I just one session, if I'm doing one session, then that's when I can get in trouble, as you know, and
Yeah.
So it's kind of over a few days, relax a little bit. At least that's my.
Best
Yeah,
intentions.
Yeah.
I've just cracked open
That's what I
the Beak Moon IPA.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Very tasty stuff.
This is.
Nice.
I need to get more beak.
Yeah, you do.
Very much like it.
They're damn
I just
good.
had that, Peter. I just had the new
May have been the
local.
Jake.
That was absolutely stunning.
Oh.
Beautiful. They're doing it with like different artwork on.
Yeah, from like local artists.
It's around. Oh, there we go.
The V2.
They're doing a double IPA in a couple of weeks, and I'm going to
But
get that.
Giddy.
got a couple of collabs coming up, haven't
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
All right.
Switch it off now.
I might have to break my routine there.
This is the rest of the show.
I might have to break my.
This
I might have to
is
break-
like the
I might have to
epitome of
break
a
my
beautiful
routine.
beer.
It is a great beer.
Oh,
Absolutely
So
stunning.
fucking good.
It's takes some beating. does that?
Too late. Sorry. Slumber. Yeah, it's awesome.
Ah, so the t-shirt is appropriate then.
It is, yes, it is.
He is a bad bitch.
Matches,
Yeah, I'm a bad bitch and I drink and cough.
it matches the door.
I can attest to that.
It
Sharing
matches
a bedroom with him.
I've been there for like half an hour with a hand grinder. It's like, you can lie in, it's fine.
That's what I called it anyway. The hand grinder.
Grinding your beans.
let's just say Jake like my
Another one of
V60.
Yeah. They don't make enough stouts. think they're great. Exactly, those two are absolute
That
stars.
was really bad coffee corn, but really good at the same
Oh,
time.
yeah. I got it.
They're really good.
I'll
Thank
give
you,
you an
Dave.
AeroPress.
Missed it.
Got to go. Thank you all. See you later.
Are you off?
See you
Cheers,
later,
Raggy.
Yeah.
Let's see you.
Cheers.
Take
Have
care,
a good
mate.
one.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you for joining. Speak to you
Cheers,
soon.
buddy.
Enjoy the rest of your Fanta.
Red
I do
card.
love my AeroPress, I won't lie.
It's good. He's probably going to try and do
I'm
another
just appalled
5
by your
reviews.
coffee euphemisms. Yeah, but see, 1 year at Indie Man, I did both Friday sessions. I was fucking ruined. Absolutely ruined. It was a bad show. I had an Airbnb really nearby, and it was a spare room in the in someone's. It was an Airbnb, but just a room, a private room.
Were they
Thankfully,
still there?
I don't think she was and she wasn't.
Oh no.
She's an Argentinian nurse. It was quite an odd situation. So I went in there, and when I went in and dropped my stuff off, she like met me and gave me key and stuff. And then I think she went off to work, so I don't think she was in when I got in, and I'm not sure she was in when I woke up either. I thought she was out, or maybe I didn't go back from work, or maybe she gone out. I don't know. I didn't want to encounter anybody that morning.
How fucking trusting. It's unreal, isn't it?
It is.
Fucking hell, yeah.
Hey. But anyway, but the problem was, so she was in quite a big apartment building, but she was on like a non-specific floor. She wasn't on. She was like in a weird in-between floor.
She was in the
And
floor.
I walked around this fucking building, pissed out my face for fucking ages, just up and down and round and round and up and down and up and like, where is it? I was in absolute despair. I'd been drinking for like 10 hours. I'd had Donna meat and chips on way back, living my best life. And then I'm just like, I'm getting to the point where I was thinking I'm gonna have to quit. I don't know where I'm gonna stay.
Did she
I
live in
can't find this fucking flat. It took me forever to find it. Oh, Jesus Christ. But that was after 2
How about
sessions at the festival. I paid for all those beers. One up front, one all you can eat.
I know it was tokens.
It was
Tokens, yeah.
10 beer reviews promotes responsible drinking.
Yeah.
I can tell you from experience.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he doesn't do what he promotes.
Funny story about when me and you went to Indie Man, Rob. I got
it
lost
does happen.
getting home.
it happens.
Did you?
I somehow
It happens to the
walked.
best.
I walked to the outskirts of Manchester and
Did
then
you?
had
You
to
said
walk
about that,
back
yeah.
to the city
Well,
just to get the train back.
that is the
You're
first
living
time
on
I
Monday.
met Rob at the Humorous Lupus event. I walked to the outskirts of Leeds.
You took the wrong turn out of the door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You went
that's
left when you should have
essentially
gone
what I
right.
did.
Yeah, and I was like, it's the fucking motorway. Like, how far? How
It was a
far
ring
from-
road. It was a ring
Yeah.
road.
Ring road, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
It was a
probably
big road.
about a 5-minute walk from where we were.
enough to enough for me to lose my bearings.
Yeah, I do get
But Peter,
lost very
did-
easily.
just
Peter
wanted to say-
wallet, I think, for about an hour and a half that day as well. And
What
be
was that, Rob?
turning your bag
Yeah, I
inside
just-
out at Font.
Oh yeah, looking for my credit card.
Your
No,
credit
my
card, that
debit
was
card.
what you were-
Sorry, fucking.
You were
hell.
convinced you lost it. You
Yeah.
hadn't.
Yeah, I lost,
Classic
Thank
drunk
I lost
behaviour.
Rob, calm
I
me
lost
down.
I lost my debit card in Cheltenham when we went to Daya that day.
Did you?
Fucking,
Did you lose your
yeah,
debit card in
that
Cheltenham?
day.
Yeah, I remember that the day after.
The day or after?
Oh, I went.
Whee!
I remember the day. Yeah, I remember the day after just as well as the day of. Good reasons, wrong reasons, obviously. Oh, yeah.
Why don't I remember that? How did you pay for stuff? I can't remember.
Well, it'd been the following day.
No,
well,
at the time, not
not much
not-
else to
well, I was
get
getting
bought
cash.
that night, though, was there?
You got cash
I'd already
out.
got cash out of. Yeah, but then I lost my bank card. It wasn't a debit card; it was a bank card.
Yeah.
And
Rings a bell.
Yeah.
Rings a bell now. What?
so I was lucky.
Yeah, I remember
Lucky I had cash on me.
Yeah, because I never fucking have
That's
cash.
what-
I never like. I'm averse to it.
Yeah, this
It's got
is the
your
thing.
phone now, aren't they? As long as you got your phone on your backup.
Oh yeah, do it on my phone. Yeah. But if you lose your card, you've got to cancel it, and then it don't work on your phone. So it's
That's a good point.
let's use the pin. I guess. That way, there's that,
My
but,
advice is
sometimes
don't lose your card.
Yeah, don't use
don't
cards.
lose your card. Yeah.
One.
Leave it in your wallet. Leave that in your pocket.
I just want to address James Moore's. I've had the Citra of that series.
Yeah, did that
Well,
right,
that's
right there.
Yeah, that's the only one I've had out of that. It's good. It's good. Again, I'm just more reliant on what I can get locally at the moment rather than. Well, I've got to get the next one. It's just whatever they get in locally. I'll go with it. So.
4th double IPA of the night. Good on you.
Fair dues. Respect.
Hey, pal.
Hi, Paul.
How you doing, mate?
Bit of licking Hole Creek for Paul.
Very fitting.
Yeah.
He lives near a creek and also he likes
to lick a lot of holes.
You have to bear with me. My computer's slow. So.
It's all right. Not as slow as my brain.
Yeah, this Burning Sky's worth a go. It's nice and clean.
Nice.
With a nice amount of flavour. I wouldn't say bitter, but not New England. It's somewhere in between. It's nice. It's worth 7.4. It's worth having a go on.
IPA.
I'll have a look at that.
A what?
A mountain IPA.
No. Let's not bring that.
I was going to make a pun like that.
I hate it. It's just the most redundant shite.
Yeah,
It's all just marketing terms.
Yeah.
It's just all spaff up the wall. As I say, my job.
I assume Paul, you're working.
That's just spaff up the
If you
wall.
want Paul, let me know.
I hope you don't say that to clients, Jake.
If you want the link, Paul.
So he gets his contracts.
Everyone has to get gigs.
How much have you got to spaff?
Yeah.
Tell me the spaffage, and I can get
Nitty gritty, how much have you got to spaff?
like Alan Partridge. Let's get down to it.
Back in a minute.
Cards on the table.
Oh no, he's left the channel in our hands.
Don't want to ruin it.
I'm 2 Imperial Stouts deep. I'm starting to. It's still there. It's still there.
Oh,
You can hear us.
just the voice over the top.
Omnipresent voice of Big Brother.
I can't go down any further, and I also can't get up now.
This is how
John's
John's
just
life
stuck
ends.
for the remainder of this stream.
Yeah, because as I went down, I was like, "Oh, my legs are crossed," and now I can't uncross them without.
And also,
Oh, no.
but sadly, the only thing he can reach now is the rest of his 4-pack of Tennent's Special Ale. Which
isn't that special.
The emergency services reach him in 3 weeks' time.
Hey, Mo, could you give me a hand here?
I'd love it if his cat.
But it blinds you. This is it.
Just this
The opportunity I've been waiting
attacks his
I'd love it.
to do this fucker in.
How am I going to get out of this?
It also looks like a tiny skeleton is attacking you.
Yeah,
There we go.
Okay.
I do actually really admire that wallpaper.
Just want to point, it makes my eyes go funny. It's like fisheye lens kind of like quality to
It
it.
is, yeah.
It looks like John's about to film like a skate park.
With that tiled-in fireplace.
Like a bit of a from
It's
below.
going to decrease.
shot
It's
of
going
it.
to decrease value.
It's going to do a kickflip anytime now.
Oh, John
that.
decreases the value on a daily basis, I think.
What's his face from Homes Under the Hammer wouldn't be happy.
What was that? A box of tissues?
Box of tissues.
John is
by
a
the
kind of like
computer.
his house is like a sophisticated
Never.
version of like with nail and eyes kind of home. It's loads of bottles, loads of miniatures and bottles. You don't want to have like
He stuck his hands up, man.
It's it's a risk with cats knocking around. So you're not one of them. It's like an extent, like when you're trying to look for something in your spice cupboard, or your bit where you got all your spices and herbs, you grab one and knocks fucking rest at 6 over. John's life is like that, but
Also, in a
multiply
spice
by
cupboard,
10.
why are so many lids orange?
That's your hot
Orange or
spices.
Like your
That's-
spices.
And that's part of my stand-up routine.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Spice. Right, okay, gotcha.
What's the deal with orange spice lids?
The green spices are green. Your basil, your parsley, green lid.
No,
Your cinnamons, your nutmegs, your orange spices,
They're called
orange
herbs.
lid.
Herbs and spices.
Heckle
Herbs and-
boo, they're called herbs boo.
But then
Yeah.
what's with the purple?
Herbs. Got ya.
I've got somewhat of grey though, to be honest. And I've got
grey
both.
lid. Oh, my
That's
yeah.
pepper. That's pepper.
No, I've got caraway seeds, oregano, and something else. And she's got a
Oregano.
grey lid.
What is
You are
happening?
American.
Yeah, I think it depends where. Oh, is it Morrison's
Spice
that just
Jack.
have like the universal tops to spices? What the fuck did I just say then?
Paprika. We're talking.
I've got some quality paprika.
You need
It's a
to
bit
get
too
out
hot,
those
though.
little tins.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Do you
beautiful, but
do you
it's
like a smoked paprika or do you like a hot paprika?
Smoked.
I'm a hot
I like a
guy.
smoked.
I'm a hot paprika guy. I do have smoked, but I'm a hot paprika guy.
Just get cayenne.
Can we all just take a
No,
moment?
no,
to-
no, no. Cayenne's a different flavour.
No,
Cay- Cayenne's a different flavour to hot paprika.
Right, let's not get into semantics.
smoked.
Cayenne, smoky,
The one I've got
paprika.
is a bit picante. I mean, a bit too picante. I put a bit too much of it in. I use it liberally, like I'd use my cheap paprika. And I put too much of it in somewhere, and I'm like, oh, why is this so hot? Probably the paprika. Oh, one in the nice tin. Yeah.
Here's
it's
something
quite hot,
from
that
my
one.
middle class routine. How hard is it to get Nduja paste?
You still fucking having these
Actually,
problems?
very difficult.
In Nduja is
Nduja.
nectar.
It's
great
so.
stuff.
That's the thing, though.
I'll be on blog all night with that stuff.
Some
Bad news.
places
So good.
have it quite
I ran over my
affordable, but some
blanket.
places have the exact same brands for like 4 times the price, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Plus, it's probably better stuff. That's why.
I love the
it's,
fact
it's in the same sort of jar because you're getting like jarred. I mean, I prefer the actual sausage that you can take your
Oh,
portion.
same.
you can really get that though. You can really get the actual because it's a soft sausage, isn't it? A
It is,
spreadable
yeah.
sausage.
Spreadable sausage.
That's why I always love that term. It's a spreadable sausage. any sausage is spreadable if you really try.
You don't cook it.
Just
Yeah.
take the skin off.
So cook it.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
Raw
spreadable.
sausage
That
is very
Cumberland,
spreadable.
you can spread that like nothing.
Spread that on some bread. Put it in the toasty maker.
I'm not,
But
I'm
Nduja
not
is so good.
guaranteeing. That'd be like the scummiest version of like prawn toast ever.
Yeah.
Toasty with raw sausage meat.
Oh,
You're like
it'd have to
hoping
be
that
like-
cut.
it'd have to be like a sausage crumpet or something. You know, you got to change it up.
Oh,
But-
sausage
but-
crumpet.
But I had an Nduja sandwich at a place we went to in Birmingham. I had like a cheese toasty with Nduja.
I
in it.
think we had to stand up and
yes.
eat it. I think
Yeah,
I'd
stand up
had
and
the
eat it. It was a
toasty,
proper
yeah.
stand like that
yeah.
with your legs
Elder.
wide apart.
Yeah, on a circular
Elder, yeah.
table.
Yeah.
Great,
Um,
great
Could
Tory
only
choice.
house
power
one
stance.
person.
And I was like,
One
oh
of-
fuck it,
one
I'm
of my
getting
favourite
food.
spots
I'm
in
hungry.
Calder, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
was Birmingham. There's a really good burger place, but we were too many people. We were too drunk. We wanted more booze.
That
Some
sandwich was
people
good,
want some food.
though. when I drink, I need to eat.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Wine.
as soon as
I've learned it just does me in. I can't drink, eat, drink. The lockdown has taught me this. It just bloats me
Same.
like fucking crazy. And I just
See, I have
can't
to
eat
eat a
anymore.
drink for self-preservation.
yeah, that's the
I
same
think-
thing for me. It's just like an instinctual thing where it's like, well, if I feel my belly, I can keep drinking.
Yeah.
Whereas LCBF was a perfect example of that, where I didn't have anything to eat at all, apart from like a couple of token crisps. and then I was fucked. Whereas like LCBF, I got some food. We got crab balls. I got some stuff from
crab balls.
I got like those weird like I don't know what they were, like weird quaver things. I just remember eating a pot of those from Indie Man.
From Bundo.
Yeah, from Bundo. Yeah,
it's not a chat. It's not a chat.
Yeah. I've been to Bundo so many times, but never actually eaten at Bundo.
Depends if you like the food.
Absolute madness. The Vada Pav is just so.
The Vada Pav is good, but if you're not into your spice, it's going to blow your fucking chops off.
God, Vada Pav's good.
One of the relishes is really hot, and I can't fucking eat it.
Uber
Peter, you need to do a thing. You need to
Shit.
get yourself a spread and spend all afternoon in there. Grazing.
You can actually if you go there for a lunch, they do like a lunchtime special, and it's like £7.50 for 3 dishes. And actually, if you go with enough people, you can get just the whole menu for like 20 quid, 21 quid. I went with 2 other people, and we got the whole menu for 21 quid, and it was crazy. And we all had a little bit of everything, and it was so good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It is really good.
And the Vada Pav. I remember when I went with Craig, and we got like a couple of Vada Pavs, and I ate like the chili that came on top, and Craig was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, you got it."
Last time I had a Vada Pav, I couldn't fucking taste out for about an hour and a half.
They're so tasty. They are so good. If anything, I want to make them smaller, and you have more of them. You have a smaller, and you just go like,
so
just like suck it down.
Little mouthfuls.
Out there who don't know what a Vada Pav is, essentially it's a kind of a breaded. We say breaded.
Yeah, like a deep fried potato cake
Burger.
Yeah,
Kind of it's their version of a burger, and there's 2 chili relishes.
Yeah,
a red
a
and
green
green
one. On a really soft roll, on a really lovely and they put like a burnished chili on it.
Yeah,
and which is optional. You don't have to eat it. I chose to. It's very tasty stuff.
Yeah, very nice.
And now I'm ridiculously hungry.
Yeah,
I'm out of my mind.
Okra fries and a Vada Pav. I'm all for an okra fry.
Oh, the okra fries.
I'll chuff on them all night.
It's just
I've heard so many good things about the okra fries.
Yeah,
because okra's bitter, so it kind of goes quite nicely with
and it's a very light batter, extremely light, crumbly batter, like almost tempura style batter.
I really wanted to buy that T-shirt they've done in the style of Black Flag.
Black Flag, yeah.
Fries, but I can't justify it because I've not eaten okra fries.
As soon as you've had the okra fries, you can buy that shirt.
It straight.
I completely agree, Peter. I am completely from that school of thought. I won't buy kind of like gig. I mean, there's amazing like illustrated gig posters. If it's a band that I'm kind of a bit like, I'm kind of heard of them, but I don't love them. I won't buy it. Even though I love the artist or something, it's like I feel like if somebody will come in your home and go, "Oh, I didn't realise you're a big fan of
Bring Me the Horizon."
I'm like, well, I had one album and I probably listened to it twice.
Well, it's like when Primark sell a Nirvana T-shirt or a Primark sell a Ramones T-shirt, and so many people wear a fucking Ramones T-shirt, and it's like name one song by the Ramones that's not Blitzkrieg Bop. Name one other one, and they can't do it. It's not a good look.
Well,
yeah, it's not.
Primark don't sell any Eurythmics or Annie Lennox T-shirts, so what are you supposed to put
on Dido.
Dido.
Or who?
Or Texas.
I'm just mainly going, it's mums picking up at school. That's what they're wearing Ramones T-shirts. I heard it on a podcast the other day. I'm like, yeah.
It is like Nirvana, like it's those like ones that have become it's not about the band anymore. They've just become like a symbol of, I don't know, not even fashion. It's just become like a known thing to put on a T-shirt.
Iconography.
Yeah. That's all
like
it is.
Metallica.
Yeah. Nirvana Ramones are the ones I see a lot where it's like you don't listen to the Nirvana or the Ramones.
Yeah. Maybe that's
Joy Division to a certain extent.
Yeah, Joy
Division.
Who don't know
Joy Division T-shirt
with Unknown Pleasures T-shirts.
Yeah. No, well they sell like Joy Division shit, and like H&M.
Do they?
Yeah.
How is
Didn't know
H&M
that.
still going?
'Cause
They've nearly
it's-
sank like twice, and they just keep floundering on somehow.
Because people need cheap, badly made clothes.
Yeah. That's what.
And
That's
they start to
literally
make
what I
Mario
buy.
merchandise and stuff, and it's like, ugh.
I still don't fully understand how Topman and Topshop are still.
Well, it's not now, is it? They're
Got
gone
bought
now.
out by
Yeah.
ASOS. The brand
Yeah.
got bought out by
Yeah.
ASOS.
If you've not seen those annoying ASOS adverts for Topman and Topshop
I've not. Only
With
adverts I see are on
with people
YouTube.
dancing,
No.
Fucking
I keep
So I
getting
mainly
messaged
see
from
adverts.
female
Having fun
prostitutes. I'm
dancing.
like, pick your tree, love. Come on.
Craig doing a review.
He must be.
So it's taking a while.
Well,
I'm going to do one in a minute anyway.
oh,
Who'll be back first, me or Craig?
Rob.
I think. Yeah, Rob.
Blimey.
The
The
Peter, I had to go
That
back.
was
the
like
other-
a Boards of Canada sample, then. Craig, Jake.
the other day, Peter, I had to go back and look at your impression of George from Rainbow.
Can I just say, I've tried.
I've not seen this. I've heard
tried
about
to
it.
do
I've not seen it.
another impression of.
George
It was
Rainbow.
so good.
George-
I did actually get a clip from Craig's thing, so I have to share it later.
Oh,
It
you
was-
will have to, because I've tried to imitate that, and it sounds nothing like him. Or it's weird. I've just like been even sat in work, bored,
Trying to do
and then resorting to like characters' voices
Yeah, it's
because
like,
no one else is sat around.
See,
Yeah, I
in
can't
my
do it,
head,
George.
I can do it.
Yeah,
But-
in your head, you know exactly
If
what
I do it
George
now-
from Rainbow sounds like.
This channel's over.
Yeah.
Fine. Not Chris. Not going to be really offensive.
Zippy. No, you can't do it.
No. It's a bit.
Sounds
Anyway.
like he's deaf.
As it happened, I've
Oh, Zippy.
I've done Zippy. I've had him.
Hey, you
Oh,
right
actual
up,
Zippy.
right up him.
Got it right up him. Yeah. Honestly, the actual Zippy.
Shush.
We were doing a photo shoot, so and curator got out of room, so I had a bit of a. So I grabbed her, so I had a go.
Play
and
around
then
with Zippy.
go on Zippy.
You gotta do Zippy when you go like that.
Yeah.
So he had a thing. So it was,
Rob,
it
how
was
are you?
essentially a glove, just an independent glove.
Yeah.
Ed
Well,
had a glove.
one hand a glove, one hand
It's
The mouth.
better than a coat.
George.
We had the thingy.
Etc.
Yeah, we had that photo shoot. We had a Thunderbird out and Zippy. I think I might have
I
broken.
feel like
the
I've only gone for about
sideways,
40
but-
seconds.
That just caught me so funny when Peter did that George impression on
I
that.
can't believe
live
how
stream
like
the other day.
spot on that impression was.
It
but
was.
I even
And
tried
it
on
was
the
like
night.
buried amongst other people talking, but I fucking heard it, and I was like, Pete, "Did you just do it? Did you just do a George impression?" Then, sorry.
I want Peter to start wearing kind of like pink t-shirts just to like, look a bit more George-like. Nice and pale. Pink. Add into the hue.
Have you seen the YouTube video where it's like the BBC Christmas pie, where it's like really rude rainbow,
Yeah.
and it's the one that and it's like, oh, it's got a big red one.
Yeah. One skin.
Two skin. That's great.
I don't trust it. I don't think it is from a party. I think that's
I
don't
like
trust
the idea that they all fucked around though.
Oh yeah.
yeah. Oh well, Rod, Jen, and Freddie probably did.
Yeah. And then what happened to old Jeffrey? He became a taxi driver or something, didn't
But no one thinks about Bungle, do they?
he? No.
Think about
He's
Bungle.
quite effeminate, old Bungle.
Oh, Bungle.
He was big in the bear community. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
But one of my this is what a weird childhood memory is of we on tape recorded VHS we had the rainbow pantomime and like Bungle was the bad guy, and he had like a moustache. So he'd like go about on the stage like twiddling his moustache, and like I can't remember even the story now. I think it was like a Captain Hook style character.
I'd have made Freddy the bad guy.
Yeah, no, it was definitely Bungle in this one. It was like
He shouldn't be. How
his
can
name
you
was
make
Baron
Bungle?
Bungle. Baron Bungle.
Baron Bungle.
Well, if anybody's gonna be a bad guy, it's Zippy, isn't it? Really, he's got the mentality.
Yeah, and Zippy and George just on the side because obviously that's where they
Fucking
on the
around,
stage.
yeah.
Oh, here comes Baron Bungle.
I'm getting the Place Goes On vibes, like.
But that was that VHS, and then also on the same VHS was Crazy People, the Dudley Moore film. If everyone's familiar with that, on the same VHS. It's a good film.
I've never seen it.
It's a good film.
I've never even heard of it.
This is a Dudley Moore film.
Yeah, he goes into a mental institution. You've never seen Crazy People?
I've never seen Crazy People.
So it's Dudley Moore goes into a mental institution, and he's an ad man, a high-flying New York ad man.
Yeah, of course, not a shambling alcoholic like he actually was in real life.
And he goes into a mental institution, and they all become ad men because they can see things for what they really are.
How astute!
Yeah,
commentary on the kind of
it is a great film.
Marketing and advertising,
and quite
predated Bill Hicks's opinions by
quite cutely. There's a guy who can only say hello, so he does a version of the Pete and Dud goodbye song, but he just says hello instead of goodbye. So he goes hello.
Was that a film
hello,
based essentially? A film based around crowbarring that. The bastardized version of that song.
No, it's a little nod to it.
It's not like
just a bit of a greatest hits.
Yeah.
Do that one then.
Yeah.
Easier than doing the bit about.
It's originally I think they
ticket.
probably went like, oh, he says good. He can only say goodbye, and it's like, well, that's a bit on the nose. Just make him say hello.
The other one? It was the woman, the actress who they bang on about in the kind of memorable live recording of Derek and Clive.
Oh, Derek and Clive, fucking hell.
I was thinking about a ticket, about his ticket. But they talk about an actress story. Oh, who is it? It's not Sophia. Is it Sophia Loren? Somebody. They just constantly for about 45 minutes banging on about the same thing.
It's one of those things where it's a slog to get through. It's not all gems, is it?
No.
by no stretch of the imagination, but they do come out of gold.
You can it's like a memorable evening.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was right laugh on it. But
yeah,
if you played it back,
I think I've listened to it all the way through. I think I've listened to it all the way through like once, and I've never gone back to it.
No, I've got CD somewhere. Around.
But it wasn't like
a DVD of it.
Yeah.
Derek and Clive.
These guys are in the studio, aren't they?
Yeah. Where they're just sat next to each other.
I just use like the old like Pete and Dud sketches where like it was the ones where they're like in an art gallery, and you could tell that they're just making each other crack up, and they're just talking about sandwiches or something innocuous as that. That's a great sketch. The one where they're in the art gallery. That's a recommended one. But it's obviously nowhere near contentious as as the other stuff.
We used to play. I used to. I burnt a disc and we put it. I brought it into work one day. On like a Saturday and Sunday night, we used to. The shop used to be, the supermarket used to be shut, so we used to play it over the tannoy, the whole store when it's shut, and Derek and Clive stuff. Wow.
Over a tannoy, that must be something else.
It was pretty awesome. It's pretty good. My man's like, yeah, put it on. I was like, okay. Yeah.
I reckon some people were like, Craig, oh, you can't do that. Oh, isn't Craig naughty? Well, Craig, you can't do that.
Going home telling the wife.
I mean,
Oh, you
people got
won't
really
believe what
offended
Craig
stuff.
did tonight.
Yeah.
Jake
Oh,
is a
you used to get-
12-year-old girl
you
is my
used to
new
get
favourite
that.
thing.
It was great. It was great times. It was just
Tittering.
like when you could do stuff. All the managers were like, "Yeah, come on, put it on, put it on." It's like, yeah, that was good. But yeah, even the people who got offended were starting to laugh at the end. So you know,
That's the thing. It's charming. What also being is horrible. A lot of the stuff they say is fucking
Yeah.
horrible, but it's still just like there's a charm about it, and there's the whole sort of like just who people speak an aspect to it, and then they do come out with some absolute gems.
oh, some of it's out there. They're off their faces recording.
Yeah.
And it's
I haven't listened
they-
to it, and it's just rambling. It's just continuous.
I
Rambling.
remember they were halfway through a recording and they got raided by the police. And I don't know if you heard of that one or remember that one. Well, not remember, but heard of that one before. And what they were doing was illegal, but then the police come in and they just carried on because they're pissed out their faces, you know. And they ended up. They didn't do nothing. The police. They were just listening to them, and they were laughing their heads off. And it's like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, there's all on video camera as well.
Well, and also you don't want to be the guy that sort of stops Pete and Dud.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just awesome. I mean, yeah, I need to. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah, I need to.
one of my friends.
I do. I was probably a teenager last time I listened to it like the whole way
Yeah.
through,
Same here.
because that's when I thought like,
Teenager.
fucking Billy Bob bollocks, really
Yeah.
fucking cool.
Oh, nobody knows who these
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
I've got some DVDs.
I've discovered him. These two guys.
Yeah, Derek and Clive. Is it Around the Horn? I've got that
Yeah.
Yeah.
DVD somewhere.
Is that like with the red DVD cover?
Red one. Yeah, I got it from
Yeah,
HMV.
I've got,
about-
yeah, I got that
Christ,
for like £2.
Yeah. I picked up really cheap in Canterbury when I was.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Derek and Clive get the horn.
Yeah. It's brilliant. It's just great. So, I don't know how many comments I missed. I'll definitely make a mess.
Missed.
I don't think I missed. Yes. He's going.
I-
it's only two.
I
comments.
like the Pete and Dud one where they talk. it's the crazy. It's like a art gallery sketch where you talk about the Laughing Cavalier. If you haven't seen that one, go and look that one up on
Yeah,
YouTube,
I remember.
where they're talking about the
I can't-
Laughing Cavalier.
No, as soon as I hear them, yeah.
Yeah, you would have seen it. You would have.
Yeah.
No, they're classic ones. It's just one of the ones where they're eating a sandwich at the
there's
time,
one-
and like Dudley Moore keeps like eating more sandwich because they're trying not to laugh. Because yeah, they're so good.
Yeah,
You've got
There's
to go
one
back and
where
rewatch them.
something about
The Laughing Cavalier one
I've
is
been to Wales.
great.
Something about Wales.
Like
No,
Holiday in
not
Wales or something.
Oh,
Yeah, a Wales.
I think John's
or
cat
something
wants
like
to chime in on the subject.
he's just being a little bitch. Yeah, you.
I don't like Dudley Moore. It's like, all right, we know.
Mo, what do you think of this? You probably like it, don't you? Because you haven't got a soul.
You soulless four-legged cretin. No, I
A more
love
accurate
cats.
description of my cat.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I take
wow.
back. I love cats because cats are everything I detest about
This is
humans.
the
So
first one of these big cans I've ever.
how
got
is it,
onto,
Craig?
And wow. I only got it because it turned up locally, so it's really good. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not
I've
a big
had
fan of
half
the
glass
sea
of-
bomb.
I've had half a glass of this already, and I've just topped it up with the rest of it, and it's like, yeah.
Ooh.
And they're really damn good, value for money for the size of the can and what you're getting. It's they're really.
What?
really
I don't
good.
know why we don't praise breweries who are value for money but maintain such a high standard of quality.
Oh, the quality is amazing for what they pump out.
Because
Yeah, I'm all for.
As,
I'm all
as
for.
this is like the beer tuber
Is it
equivalent of
500?
Avengers Assemble, maybe we should do that.
yeah, we should do. We should like champion just consistently good
Yeah,
craft
well
breweries.
priced. There's plenty of breweries
Oh.
that are really well priced. I think. I mean, these are definitely one. The Colonel, they're really, for
Yeah,
what you
Colonel.
get.
I mean, I've
Really
just
good.
got loads of empty Colonel bottles in my sort of like reviewing
Yeah.
corner, which I've
So-
just been too
as soon-
lazy.
as soon
So
as I
now
can.
you've
You wanted a shit, turns out.
now you've done an order from them, Peter. Would you go and place another order? Would the price of
Oh
postage
god, yeah,
not put you off now?
yeah. The postage is
Yeah.
like no concern.
It gets
to me.
absorbed as long as you
Yeah.
order a good amount of beer. It gets absorbed into the price of the beer. Doesn't
See,
it?
the one thing that they don't advertise on the website is if you've got a full sort of like crate of beer from them, you get like a 10-20% discount on each bottle.
Yeah.
And the bottles are dirt cheap anyway, and it's just like I can see how they've sort of like withstood the way craft beer's gone, but at the same time, I'm thinking, how have they actually sort of like withstood?
I think it's just they were doing the hazy thing before hazy was a
Exactly,
hazy
yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
So like all of a sudden,
yeah.
so they're doing those beers where people locally loved them and also the nerdier beer community. Then all of a sudden, hazy beer starts becoming a thing, and it almost becomes like normal. But like their beers are just so. I just don't know. I just think it's just they just put out consistently good beer, and they're of a size as well. They haven't expanded greatly. They're not like what they're not one of those breweries that it's like, okay, we need to go to that site now because we need all these fermenters and we need to like expand and expand and expand. It's like they've done what they're good at and just kept going at it.
Yeah.
And then now they've got the bar,
When
they've got the dedicated bar, and which they didn't have before, and all that sort of thing. And
see that for me is
They were
one of the biggest
were,
things about going to London this year is I just want to spend a day at the Colonel because I know I'm not going to get bored of the selection.
I'm the as soon as I can go there, that's my first port of call. As soon as I'm like, I don't know if I would be able to do that LCBF weekend because it's a bit of a trek from Tobacco Dock, Bermondsey. Bermondsy's over the river. So it's not the biggest. Depending on where you guys stay and stuff, it's not the biggest. It's not the easiest to. But if you're staying there for the whole weekend, you easily be able to do it.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing for accommodation yet. Whether I'm going to pay for it. Or
Same here.
Yeah, but I
should have thought that before.
And also, it seems easy when you say like, oh, it's just over the river. But for some reason in London, it's just fucking everything's a ball ache to get to. If you have to go to another bit of London, it's just a ball ache. So as soon as
2/3 of England, to be fair.
yeah, well, in terms of ego. But that's one of the first place. Like as soon as it goes down, I was gonna see if like Craig just wanted to meet up there one day and just do it just a day there, not even do anything else. Just drink there for a day.
See,
I'm going to be going to London regularly anyway. So
yeah, that's what I mean. Like as soon as we can, that's what I want to do. Just like not even do a thing about it. Just meet there for the day. Don't worry about going anywhere else. There's other stuff around there. So if you want to move on, you can. But just drink good beer.
Yeah,
I'm there for a day.
I'm lucky. It's a bit like yourself, Peter. When you go to Manchester, you're not in any kind of great rush to do it all because you can go there quite close. So for me, it's like an hour and 20 minutes on a high-speed train.
Yeah, same for me. Yeah, so I'm an hour away
anyway with my daughter. Yeah,
Do you know one of the great things about Edinburgh?
It's more of a deal for me. I've been to Edinburgh. I went to Edinburgh about 15 years ago. I really enjoyed it when I was there. It was quite nice.
Well, there's no easy way of letting you down on this one, but St James Centre isn't
That was
there
15
anymore.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I quite like the. No, I walked around, obviously around the castle and stuff, and they got some really nice gardens and stuff.
Yeah, I
So
love
not away
Edinburgh
from-
Castle.
There's an
Yeah,
abnormally
beautiful.
high amount of green space considering it is a capital city.
Oh, I've walked up
Yeah.
the.
Oh, yeah.
I've walked up the Black Tower.
Seat.
What's that called?
Half a seat. I've been up that.
No, the
Black
the
Tower.
the tower that you can just
Black-
walk up in the center of
Oh,
the
right.
city.
Oh,
Yeah, I know that-
oh,
yeah,
the Scott
by the train-
Monument.
The
Yeah,
train station.
I've walked up that.
Yeah, by the
Nice.
train station.
Black Tower.
By the train station, isn't it? By the
Well,
train
it's a-
station.
It's a tower that's black.
Right, we call it the spiky fuck, okay?
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I'll call it that too. But I love the I just love the city. I've been there a couple of times, but before like pre-beer,
Yes.
drinking sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So like I've been
Well,
there.
I
I've been to the castle. I've done all the touristy stuff and the
I was a
Queen-
lager drink back then.
was it Mary King's Close? That was pretty cool.
Yeah. A
That's
friend of mine
pretty
used to work
fucking
there. In terms of like breweries and stuff, obviously Leith.
Yeah.
You know, none of them are actually in Edinburgh because, I mean, the fucking rent alone would crush you, you know? So you all go to Leith. So that's where, you know, Campervan et al.
Yeah, New Barns. They're there as well, aren't they?
Yeah. Belfield are a little bit unusual in that they're like the sort of like on their own in an industrial centre near a shopping centre.
They seem quite localized, sort of as well.
Yeah.
They don't seem as widespread as like Leaf and Campervan and New Barns.
Yeah, which is a shame because they do some good shit.
Yeah.
I accidentally stumbled upon them a few weeks ago. I mean, like, I knew that they existed for a good long while, obviously, but like just while I was out on a walk that kind of went a bit too far, and I was like, "There's a fucking brewery there." Oh, that's where Belfield is. Okay, cool. And they just opened the tap room like that day again. So I was like, "Yeah, I'll take some cask ale." I got 3 pints for $4.50. I was a happy boy.
That's all right. Christ.
Yeah, I was there clutching my giant milk thing, being like, skipping home. Tell you the looks I got. I mean, the pink corduroys that I wear, you know, you get all sorts of dodgy looks.
That's all good. It's all good. God, that's a bargain. 3 pints. Fucking hell.
I know, right? They're still doing it as well. So, I mean, you know.
That's pretty daring.
Can I just ask, where do you buy pink corduroys from?
Top man.
I think it was ASOS, actually.
ASOS.
They
Yeah.
told you
Because
top
I
man.
want
above.
some nice, funky, skinny corduroys.
Oh, these are not skinny. These are kind of like. Does anybody remember what Colin Baker wore as Doctor Who? They're kind of that degree
Yes.
of baggy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like a drain pipe, so not quite
Yeah.
skinny fitting, but straight down. Is that what we're talking here?
Yeah. It also came with a chain, but that fell off when it destroyed a washing machine. So,
Ah, right, okay. Yeah.
Well, like a keychain, like one of the old sort of like Grebo sort of chains. they used to wear.
Yeah.
Oh, it was like a hefty fucker, and I was like, I should probably take that off, and then I forgot about it and put it in the washing machine, and then the washing machine was like, like that doesn't sound healthy.
Well, that sorted that problem out.
Just going to grab another beer.
You've missed.
Yeah,
You've missed nothing, Steve. You've missed nothing, mate. You're fine.
Hmm.
Talking a bit about Derek and Clive earlier, and
Yeah.
where we were going to go when things sort itself out, and that's it. Not much.
well, I actually never announced. I changed drink. I never announced.
Oh,
This is
sorry.
Cold Town beer. They're
Old time.
based, I believe they're based in Edinburgh, and it's not very good.
Oh, fair dues.
They're really
Right.
good at churning out mediocre beer, I think is the best way to put it. But they're taking over loads of sites in Edinburgh, so they're very much one of these kind of like the beers besides the point. We're about
Yeah.
territory.
Yeah.
I mean, the can looks familiar. I don't know if the brewery. It just looks vaguely familiar for some reason.
I think it's more just that they're very generic, really, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Do you know
Yeah, it's
what it
probably
reminds me
what
of?
it is.
It reminds me of Bagco and their recent branding.
Yeah, it reminds me of an old left-handed giant can when they first started. for a bottle when Left-Handed Giant were bottling. That were some of the beers I first tried from them. It just reminds me of that old school Left-Handed Giant when I first, like 6 years.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Well, I
weird.
mean, I don't expect it will have taken them very long to do.
No.
You know, they've kept it simple. Nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I'd
Put
still buy a
something.
10s over this. You know?
Yeah, sometimes you're looking for new breweries. Sometimes you get some that are just like, no.
Yeah, it's like...
I like to try. Yeah, I like to try a few styles of a brewery I've never had before, just to see. Because I do find myself keep going back to the same breweries all of the time.
Same here.
I kind of want that to change a little bit. I'm going to get a little bit more riskier when it comes to.
I'll tell you what, if we're talking about risks that we've taken, this is a risk for me and nobody else, because everyone else loves this. Got into these guys recently.
Oh, they're good. They're good. That's no
My
risk.
history with sours is I would sooner smear my dick in meat paste and shove it into shark-infested waters than drink another sour beer. That is the degree to which I was sick of them. I've tried so many and they've all been like, bleh. Not only did I like this, I bought two more. Really good.
Two more. Yeah, they are good.
They've converted me because it's not just bile flavour, you know?
Yeah.
It's really
not just
they're a good
coughing
brewery.
up.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, this is sour. It's also actually beer, not just sick.
Yeah.
It
tastes like my stomach.
When we
it tastes like the morning after.
When we went to
it tastes like those burps that come out of the blue.
When we went to London Craft Beer Festival in 2019, they were, I think they were the highest rated brewery on Untapped, and this is out of like ridiculous breweries that were there.
Who was this? Cascade? Who were you talking about?
Was it them and Cascade? I think. No.
Vault City.
Vault City.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Pretty sure they were in the top two. The highest.
Even when we went to Indie Man, they were part of the whole. What's the Indie Man thing that they run for? Like they do like 3 breweries against each other, and like when we were there, Vault City.
Yeah. I don't
something games.
Yeah, they done
the brewery games.
The thirsty games.
The thirsty games.
Thirsty
games.
Yeah. Thirsty games. Yeah.
Yeah,
they done a strawberry something, didn't they? When we were there?
And they had it in those crazy bottles where it was like they were like 2-foot bottles, and the neck was like most of it, and then it was just a big bowl at the bottom. It was like
they've rebrewed this recently, so that's exciting. Also, really dug that. So sorry, there we go. The Iron Brew, yeah.
Sorry, my computer's just so slow.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. So I tried the Cranky Iron Brew Sour. Actually, I think Jake, I was telling you about this last week. There was a weird coincidence. I was going to release a video on it, and then Ollie released a video the day I was going to put mine out. And I was like, I don't want to look like I'm copying, so I'll just leave this aside. And I never got back to it. And I think I lost the file. But yeah, long story short, did not dig that, the Cranky one. I think it was the same time that I had the Yorkshire Dales? They did a raspberry donut one, and that just tasted like sweetener. I can like vaguely envisage the can. If I could like project my brain onto the stream, that would get you demonetized probably. So we should probably not do that.
I'm not monetized, so you're all right.
So fair game. Project away.
Project away.
Finally, his powers can be used. I'm just on the Brew by Numbers IPA. This one's actually procured at Sainsbury's of all places.
Ooh.
And it does taste a bit like it's been on the shelf for a little while. Been baked on the shelf. I've always had this problem in my local Sainsbury's where the beer aisle is like the fucking hottest aisle. It's like they've projected the fucking heat onto the beer aisle. I mean, it's not bad, but I don't think this is necessarily how Brew by Numbers intended it to taste.
How annoyed
That's
would
the
you
trouble.
be?
That's the heart.
It's got like a
They
sharpness and a harshness
don't
in
want
it,
for
and yeah,
They don't want for M&S as well, didn't they? It's not the same beer, I'm pretty sure, but
Yeah.
I know M&S have had one of their beers, which is
This
crazy,
is my latest
isn't it?
acquisition from Sainsbury's.
Brewing
This
by
isn't
just
numbers
a
in
brew by
supermarkets.
numbers beer.
Just
This is a M&S
In-
exclusive brew by numbers beer.
Oh no!
That's how the one store
Am
Am I a
near
corporate shell yet? Is this?
there you go. I've seen that doing.
Yeah.
I've seen that doing the rounds on the social media. That's the limited
Yeah,
edition.
I'm a sucker for a cereal trend. So
What's the?
well, I was having a
what's the
conversation with my
limited
boyfriend the other
edition?
night.
It's
Cereal is excellent.
white chocolate and is it white
Strawberry.
chocolate? White chocolate and strawberry.
Strawberry, yeah.
Any cereal makers that release
That's
a
not-
strawberry
that's
cereal,
not
I'm
Cocoa
all
Pops,
over.
though, is
I
it?
love fake strawberry flavor.
Yeah.
Other flavorings in this include blackcurrant and chicory.
Chicory.
Yeah, let's have some chicory.
Yeah.
To the
They
sugar
just made a peep cereal over here for the Easter for
Oh,
the
Paul.
marshmallow peeps.
Oh, Pete's
Hi,
Paul.
little fluffy
Hey, up
birds.
Little marshmallows.
on there.
Little marshmallows that you just want to eat
He's on a risky,
straight away. A little peep.
risky work thing.
Yeah, the over at my place there was this grocery chain. They would literally store the beer by the ovens where they cook all the food. I'm like, I don't understand what you're doing, but they would,
Amazing
there was
day.
always
Oh, you
you
offended
burn
Peter.
I mean, I loved it because you'd burn your hands on the bottles when you go get them. They're so damn hot. I mean, that's exactly the way I like it. But
That's
it's
your
not
style
good
on
for
top of the
storage
radiator.
beer.
Nothing quite like boiled lager and croutons to start the morning.
It's not good for an IPA to be bombarded with heat.
No, that's one of the main reasons why I will get off this topic as quick as I get onto it. It's the main reason why they put colouring in whiskey, because supermarkets don't know how to store whiskey properly, and if they keep it too near like the chiller section, it all goes cloudy and people don't buy it.
Oh, really?
They
Yeah.
don't know how to store most things. They don't know how to store most things, having worked in one for 17 years.
No. Well, they do
Just
zoning, don't they, to try and
Yeah.
trick you into like buying stuff. So they put the loss leaders at the back and then go like, I don't know. I've never worked in a
Yeah.
supermarket.
But, oh, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it kind of,
Unfortunately, there's just so many
It's a
people
problem.
selling this stuff that have no idea what they're selling or how to take care of it. That's one.
Well-
Unfortunately, that's the nice thing about stores that are solely designed and ran by people who understand that. You can get a better product, but that's very few and far between.
Well, the supermarkets are a convenience because you could say the same for cheese. You could say the same for meat. If you go to a cheese place that knows about cheese, it's going to be better cheese. If you go to a butcher's that knows about meat, as all butchers do, then
A
it's going to be
cheese
better.
store just makes me
meat.
think of a Monty Python sketch, though.
But
Yeah.
the point being, I guess, just from what Jade said, but it's if you give a toss about it. You can
Yeah,
have
it's
a butcher's
convenience,
and not
isn't it?
give a toss about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can have a butcher's and be shit up.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can do nothing
about
wrong and
supermarkets.
lose.
As far as supermarkets, actually today, fucking Domo's plastering his beers all over social media, and I asked because Morrison's my nearest nearest-ish Morrison's, which is quite a nice one. They have some of the beer in a fridge, some of their kind of like craft selection in the fridge.
Mm.
And because I said,
that's good.
I mean, because I've heard about talk of supermarkets having the beer in the fridges, and I mean, it's all well and good in fucking pushing all this beer out there, especially in 4-packs. But I mean, I'm sure we've all had that experience. They're all right first time round, but fucking hell, they drop off quickly.
Well. I mean, I got this from Sainsbury's tonight, and I bet this isn't how Brew by Numbers intended this beer to be.
I've heard that being great though. But herein lies the problem.
I mean, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's just
Not as
I don't
good
know.
as it could be.
no. It's just a bit muted.
I've heard about that being really good.
Yeah.
I've never
It's just
had
a-
it myself.
Jake just
No.
expects too much. He
I
needs to
do.
get off his high horse.
I need to get down from my
That's what
trusty
I
steed.
expect. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Ooh.
Oh, is that a gold top? Is it a gold
It
top?
is a gold top. I've got my gold top glass and everything. You got my gold top glass.
Oh, you
Yeah.
fancy bastard. If you want to see a gold top glass, come on, John, get it out.
Circadian rhythm. So Citra Strata Moto Echo Sabro.
That's a
Nice.
gold top glass.
Do you just do a review of it?
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
do a
Also,
review
I was troubled by there's a lass on ground floor. I mean, there's two people in there. I can hear two people in there, and I'm sure all three of them are smoking. Costing me a fucking fortune, and I'm on the second floor. I can smell it when I walk into my. I've got a double fucking fire door. I can smell it. Cost me a fortune in air fresheners. Is this?
Oh, you think you've got
what-
Edinburgh?
what-
Weed is very popular.
What are they smoking? Is it just cigarettes?
Dirty cheap fags, yeah.
Oh, well, that's terrible.
Sorry.
That's fucking shocking. If it was some nice weed,
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind that.
You
I
let it
quite like
waft
the
in.
smell of that. Absolutely, I quite like
Yeah.
the smell of.
You made it sound like he had an
Cheers.
opium lounge underneath him at first, but no, just cheap
No,
cigarettes.
just dirty fucking scummers.
that is the worst.
Fucking roll is. Ugh.
It's the worst. It was
He has to
dirty.
walk
That's
over
quite
3 dying junkies with needles in their arms to get into his front door. Doesn't mind them.
Is that you?
Light up a cigarette, fucking letters and everything to the police. You wouldn't believe
So
it.
I'm not even nice.
dirty old cheap cigarettes are horrible though. Like smelly old
Yeah.
steak.
Cheers, Jeremy, mate.
Worse.
Lambert and Butlers.
Cheers,
Cheap
Jeremy.
Yeah.
fag.
This guy can really play guitar as well. If you're into your guitar, then
Hey, hang on.
Don't
What's
check him
this?
out.
Some sort of challenge?
Oh shit!
There we go. So
Has anyone ever
No,
seen
no,
the episode of
Got 11.
Red Dwarf Sirens?
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
What do you mean?
Hey, what do you mean?
Yeah, you know.
You would not be the one I bazookoid.
I will.
Jake, do you do kids'
Like
birthday
so.
parties too with that? I mean, are you
No,
on the
not-
hire for
not-
your?
not-
He did,
not
they
anymore.
kept crying.
Not anymore, Paul. They said no. I tried my best.
You can only get so far with a slide whistle.
Yeah, I did have a
Did you pull out the wrong slide whistle at the party? Is that it? You got a little drunk on the punch?
yeah.
Punch.
Forgot where the slide whistle was.
It's
And
not me.
there you go. but I got a preemptive text from my wife today, and it said, "I know we didn't get a chance to discuss this today, but I think we can both agree that slide whistling might just tip me over the edge tonight."
Is that a euphemism?
Even though you've used it loads.
Yeah.
You're asking for trouble.
Sophie, you still there? She just come for that later.
Punch in the face.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
You need to
Well,
get
I
some kind of like mouth-mounted thing so you
Yeah,
can
same.
slide whistle with one hand and bang pots with the other and just dance around the
Uh,
house.
I have it already, Paul. I have it already.
Jake, this is your thing.
I already have it, Paul.
A slide whistle isn't that? You see, that's much louder than a slide whistle. That's more obnoxious than a slide whistle.
Yeah.
She didn't say anything about a harmonica, so just harmonica the shit out of it. There you
That's
go.
much louder.
Yeah. And then you get the pots and start banging them around the house and see really test her limits. I think
Yeah,
I think
well,
a
you should
woman
like-
really needs her
I've-
limits tested
I've
now.
tested it. I have tested it, and it didn't go to my favour.
So you married a musician.
It was,
What are you gonna do?
the limit wasn't very high.
Musician.
Musician is a very give it one of those.
Can't even insult this boy. He does it himself.
Yeah, someone
Next
who
week,
tries.
Jake,
Marry someone who
you're
tries his
really
best.
Improved.
Marry someone who tries his best is the way to put it. A
His
musician
wife
is a
was aiming for
It's a soft
triplets.
version,
Betty
isn't it?
Bange was 2.
Soften the sound.
Oh, I'm okay at the harmonica. I'm all right at it.
Let's not
I'm
prove it
terrible
right.
at. I'm terrible at this. I can't master. The Irish whistle.
The old
Yeah.
Irish whistle.
She's gonna stab you.
Go for it. Yeah, follow that.
I think the slide whistle is the least offensive of the noises.
Yeah.
I play it very. I could pop it, but I just give it a little rinse.
You're gonna one night you will wake up with an ice pick in your spine.
the slide whistle like in my eye. I'm like like Game of Thrones style, and then when I pull it out, it makes a very comic noise.
You just gave me a good idea for a horror film. That worked out well.
Yeah, a guy who thinks is good at music but is actually not, and then his wife kills him.
We were playing growing up. We were playing in our band, and we would play in the building next to my parents' house, and we'd just run power cables over, and we would play there. And about 9 o'clock at night, somewhere in there, everything would just go black. Well, the dad went out and unplugged the main power line. Fuck you.
It stops now.
And we're done, guys. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Well, I remember playing I was in a band with one of my friends from high school, and we used to play in his basement, and I can't believe they let us play in his basement. When I look back on it now,
yeah.
I was like, what were they doing upstairs? Were they going, I can't, it's terrible. You have to go down and tell them to stop. But they just let us play.
You don't understand. What they were doing was, as long as the music are playing, we can fuck and fuck and fuck up here because we know they're down there.
As soon as it stops.
So you were helping them practice their genital playing.
Yeah, well, you've made me feel better about it now. Because when I look back at it now, I'm like, at the time when I'm playing it, I'm like, yeah, fucking hell, we're killing it. We're killing it now. But in my adult brain, I'm looking back at it. I was like, if someone's playing that in my house, I'd be offended.
Yeah, you were killing it downstairs. He was killing that ass upstairs.
Yeah. I won't tell my friend that.
It's the offensive sex and the terrible music.
Yeah. My friend's parents just.
You were basically their porn soundtrack. You were their porn soundtrack. Look at that.
Well, also that makes me feel sad. Also.
Hashtag childhood ruined.
Yeah. Well, not for me. Their adulthood ruined.
Oh no, nothing ruined about it.
Yeah, I was having a great time.
Hey, you were having a great time, and they were having a great time. It's a win-win.
And Paul, you would appreciate one of the bands that I was in. We called ourselves the Eddie Bassetts, and Eddie came from Bottom, and Bassett's, I don't know where Bassett's came from, but we fucking love Bottom. So we wanted to call ourselves the Eddies, but there was already a band called the Eddies, so we were give them a last name, Eddie Bassett's.
There you go.
Well, you couldn't call yourself the Hitlers.
No.
The Eddie Hitlers. Here it is. Let's fire up the gas oven. What?
The Eddie Hitlers is a different kettle of fish. But yeah, there we go.
Too provocative for Norfolk.
The cuttlefish fish.
Yeah, it would be for Norfolk, but in Suffolk it was okay. And I was also in a band called the Costellos because
that's not similar to a load of other bands' names.
Yeah, and also the first band I was in was called Guilty Feet after the
rhythm.
George Michael. Guilty Feet have got no rhythm, which fitted that band perfectly.
Yeah. Bass player and drummer were completely out of sync.
Yeah. All of us were. But we gave it a good British try.
Nailed it.
John, nailed it, mate. That's impressive.
That looks like you're holding a can.
It gets even better. This is a pint glass. This is a 330ml can, and there's still some in it.
It actually looks like you're just holding a can of Tennent's. That's how big the head is. It's just a can of Tennent's.
Is there a band called the Tennants? Because that would be good.
Probably.
There's got to be.
Super.
Oh,
should be called Tennant Special now. Craig's back. We need the full. We need John's superior knobhead pour in its all its glory.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm getting a close up of this one, Craig. I think it's actually better than it was. I think you had another
improvement because it was like down there before, wasn't it?
Down there.
Well, at least you poured it slow.
It sounds like Guinness to me.
What we take away from this is, I'm shit at my job. I do this to make a fucking living, and this is how crap I am at
Not
it.
the moment you do.
I'm posting I'm posting a video tonight of a beer review where I tell John to go fuck himself. So I'll post that tonight. There you go.
Now
He's
you made it,
like he's
John.
arrived. Finally.
Yeah, what do you think I've been doing this last year?
Buddying up to these fucking beer tubers just to just so they abuse
One for
me
you,
on
Jake.
their videos.
I think it was I think it's the vintage ale from Firehouse. So I'm gonna post that tonight, which was fucking awesome, by the way. But I'll post that tonight.
Cool.
Get in there.
Comments. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go. Bye bye. I'm gonna go to work.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Cool.
Enjoy
Wow,
work.
good night.
Good night. Good morning. Good day. Bye bye.
Love you.
He's off to work.
Yeah,
Madness.
Terrible
Absolute
state
madness.
of affairs.
it's probably at work.
This
No, he
this
said
has
he's
got
off to work.
this has got better the more it's gone down, but it's
The more
still
you've
not
got to drink,
this. It's
the
still
more
not a great.
booze you've consumed. The
Yeah.
better it's nice.
It's still not a great example of it. I don't think. It's got a bit of a tartness about it, which I don't think they're supposed
It's not intended.
to have there. No. A little bit of a
Look at the Ellis 14 just shouting at me.
ready. It's ready to go whenever we need to dance some socks or repair a pair of trousers.
Ellis 14.
It's sitting there.
Do you own this place where you live?
No.
Oh, right, I was going to say, maybe you should soundproof it.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
I could. We can do. We're allowed to do what I want to it as long as we don't fuck it up. But soundproofing, it will peel away the plaster
Yeah.
if you stick a load of those tiles on there. But
You should go down the regular route and just buy a load of
the
vents.
kids. Oh, that's an old school way of doing it. But the the kids never
just
wake
an
up. 'Cause my wife
accumulation
who's
of egg
annoyed
box.
by it. Isn't it? Yeah, it's just still up. Isn't that right?
It's like an adjunct to your bedroom. So I thought this was
What's
like a closet downstairs.
Oh,
or
wait,
something.
hang on.
Is it?
Getting live.
Oh no.
Getting live.
That's what.
Live divorce.
That's once.
Getting live.
once a month you do that, Rob, isn't it? Rob.
Yes, it is. Yes, Steve. Thank you very much. Yes, once a month. Last Sunday of the month. But if it's a little bit too, if the last Sunday of the month's a little bit too early, it'll be the first Sunday of the following month, I guess, as well. Yeah, that's the plan. Sketching them down. I'm going to try and make it slightly better next time. Got exclusive content never seen before on YouTube. Boom. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Try and make it slightly better.
intrigued.
I've got some plans for this show going forward as well. So on a Friday.
Naked reviews. Primarily.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Bottom down.
It's going to get warmer soon, and no one's going to want to because everything will be open. So that's an idea. Yeah.
I do think about that. I mean, it's like Simon's virtual pub is the only pub that's doing probably very well out of lockdown. Is he going to be the first casualty of pubs opening up? The virtual pub.
I don't see it, to be honest.
I
think
don't
it's got
think it should be.
Yeah,
Because
I think
he's
it's
just
got
gonna
quite a loyal sort of
Yeah.
fan base there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd be really
It's good.
disappointed if people just fucking disappeared.
I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Well, it might peter off over time,
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
things start getting really back to normal. When stuff really, but like these next couple of months after June or whatever, I don't think that's going to be a new. It's going to be a new normal sort of thing where
The thing is,
Thankfully,
though-
they stopped using that term, aren't they?
it's going to be one of those
Yeah.
things where everyone's
Yeah.
finding their feet and then all that sort of shit.
The thing is, though, we
Yeah.
Does
used to do.
anyone want to
We've
bet
done
against?
things.
Let's go first.
Who's going to go? John or Craig?
we used to do these like miles before recent events. So we used to do it all the time.
We're still going to be doing this. we're still going to be
pioneers, trailblazers.
You know, it's
yeah,
not-
but also
it's
also the way we have to talk to each other, because
Yeah.
otherwise it's going to be months without actually seeing each other and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
So
this
this
is
is what we
something,
used to
isn't
do. This is exactly why we do it.
it's-
Yeah.
we've done it.
You live a long way away.
Because if we all lived near each other, we'd never be doing this.
Oh.
We'd just be talking to each other down the pub.
Yeah,
But
down the
it's
pub.
it's the miles away from each other scenario. So that's going to continue, but it mightn't be as
That's all it-
frequent and all that sort of thing. Where as we start doing different stuff and all that sort of stuff, it might not be a consistent sort of thing all the time. Because I'm sure Craig's going to enjoy a night out on a Friday at some point. With all the great stuff around Ramsgate and everything like that, so it's one of those things. It's not a consistent thing. It's just, but we'll find times all around it, definitely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, but it's not.
Does-
We do
Oh,
we
John,
do it
what were you
anyway.
gonna say?
You know, just doing a bit more.
Oh, John.
Anyway, but it's
John, what are you going to say?
not meant. It's not meant for other reasons, though.
No.
You know, it's just meant because we're having a chat with each
This
other.
has been
everyone
going on
wants
for
to
fucking
watch.
years, in some
Yeah.
shape or
Oh.
form.
God. Yeah, it's normal.
Years.
Then your people are starting out like don't know how to work. How do we do this and that? It's like fucking hell, what are you doing, you idiot? We've been doing this for ages, and then
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
but-
who. Was the first one.
I do have to say I like your new logo, but I do prefer the Kilroy one. I do prefer the Kilroy Live. I understand the reference. Or actually,
Yes,
I don't know
understand
where
that.
you've got that. I don't know where you've got that reference
I'm
from.
allowed to say it.
But
oh, you know,
the Kilroy one, the Kilroy one is my favorite.
Has a new one for each week. That's how this goes.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. I'm gonna do little tweaks.
Live Jasmine.
And, little, you know.
Like an ex-hamster one or something like that.
Yeah, that's like Justin. Pops up all
My
the
challenge
time.
is to try and leave mine alone for 5 fucking minutes.
No, it's funny. Also, I'm trying to think about it. As far as like the kind of the online situation. Who were the first ones I were kind of like aware of? I've got a tendency to think. Well, the first person I had any encounter with through this, it was so Chad from Chad's Beer Review started doing them over Skype. He did one with me, but before that he probably did one with Simon and Peter Master of Hoppets. And there were probably a few other bits and bats knocking around, kind of recorded Skype-based stuff, but I probably did a couple of Skype-based things, but then it was Google Plus, Google Hangouts. But
That's what we all started on, wasn't it?
And I started doing. I think I did something with Simon probably, and then Then there were a few bits and bats. Then yeah. Who else? Did any Americans do it? I don't know. I don't really remember.
Oh, well, Joe D's been doing it for a long time. Joe D has been doing his
the kind of share a drink thing. Not
share a
as
beer.
long as that. Not as long as that. I'm
He's been
guaranteed
reviewing a
you
long
go-
time before that.
Oh yeah, but as far as the online stuff, I think if you
Yeah.
look back, I'd say it
I
was
think,
probably
I think
Chad.
some of the
Chad and the
Canadian,
early ones.
some of the Canadian guys, the BDU and all that, they've been going a long time.
Yeah, yeah. Some of the Canadian guys probably do some stuff as well. Yeah, around it'd be that kind of like era guys. But then yeah, like Chad's probably like a contemporary of Lee, and
Yeah,
so he'd
and
probably
they're
fucking
OG.
hate to be spoken in the same breath as Chad, but they're kind of like very much contemporaries.
Yeah.
So what was the last
Yeah.
thing? I missed it.
Oh, that
Not
was
good,
just
guys. Can I pop it back up? I want to
no,
reply.
it's just yeah,
If it wasn't
yeah.
for these lives, I wouldn't know how you guys as much.
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh, exactly.
If you
Yeah,
wanted
but
to-
that's the entire point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's all about helping.
Come on.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that's
what it's all
absolutely
about.
come on. That's like with Rory. I mean,
If you
Rory
want
had been commenting for years, and
If you want the
Rory
link,
came on,
Steve, if you want the
did
link,
this
let me
strange
know.
for ages, didn't
I'll get you.
Well, and
If
it's
you
the
come
same,
on-
and it's the same for Steve's channel. If I didn't see Steve's channel on Raggy's channel, then like I'm subscribed to Steve. So it
Exactly.
all works the other way around, doesn't it? It's all just elevating each other
If you want to,
and helping each other out and all that sort
if you
of
want to get,
all that
if you
sort of
want to jump on,
shenanigans.
Steve, let us know. If you want to jump on, I'll find the link, mate. No worries.
Actually,
Actually,
I'm going to be slightly rude now. Actual community are posting just super chats. Oh,
Yeah.
fucking putting the cat amongst the pigeons there.
Well, it is. It's actually like wanting to talk to people and building it and having meaningful conversations and all that sort of. Well, or not meaningful conversations.
but exactly, but
and not meaningful conversations. Here comes Stu.
Well, therein lies the actual kind of like point of it, and the entire situation where we are right now. I know Stuart because of YouTube.
No, Stu.
I know Craig and Jake, and I met Stuart because of this. I met Craig and Jake because of this.
Hello.
And maybe one day I might meet John because of this.
I'd love to meet John. I'd love to go to Edinburgh to meet John. Go around there.
Or he can make an effort and come down and see.
Yeah. Or he could.
Newcastle's not a million miles away from.
We'll meet in Newcastle.
In Edinburgh.
I stayed over there a few. What's my overriding memory of Newcastle was Wylam was fun, and I shagged a couple of locals, so that was all right.
Nice.
And that was about it. I was like, I'm on a city break.
What more are you gonna do?
I've done the brewery. Let's
take. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, we can go in there.
Yeah.
Was it like take, dick?
Sounds like a good afternoon.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like when I went to Brighton. I was like, right, cool. What's the place known for? Oh yeah.
That's a lot further.
And also, Brighton's a little bit different to Edinburgh. So.
I'm not sure. A trip to Blues for Beak and and Harvey's would result in quite the same.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
Harvey's.
Clearly,
Oh, night
me and you, me and Stuart are going to get thing. We're gonna head down. We're going to head down to South Coast. Meet you two.
If you go down there, I'm going down there.
100% going to Beak. 100% going.
Well, you tell me when you're going because I will join you.
I'll
join you straight fucking there, and I'll book
Harry's
it.
going to come up. Harry's
book
when
it
I'll
right
go
now.
over to see Peter and Adam in Liverpool. Harry's going to come up.
Oh.
I've met Rob's brother.
Yeah, I might do it. Well, I might.
Yeah?
July, isn't it?
Yeah, that's been my brother.
I might come.
Won't get that excited about it.
We'll see the
But
timing.
Rob's met my brother.
I've met your brother multiple times.
But also,
Your
can
dad and everything.
I say something
Yeah,
about? Can I say something about the photo that Stu put up? Was it today of just your face? The photo you put up today, Stu, of your face was it on Instagram or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
like
saw
the grit. That is a fucking amazing photo, and you look great in that photo. It is an amazing photo. When I saw it today, when in that photo, real life something different. But in that photo, when I was scrolling today, and I saw that's like an art print. Someone could print that, and that's a great. I don't know what you've done to it. I don't know what you've edited it with. It's great.
That's his mum's Mother's Day.
It looks really good.
There's some now.
Put it
I
back at
used
Tyler Door.
the Instagram filters. It took me ages to get the measurements I wanted. Because you know what, Instagram filter, it doesn't work. It's like jumps.
Yeah.
No, and you have to tweak it. I tweaked it for ages, and then added an extra filter, and it came out beautiful because it's the eyes. And
It's the because you're such a
Really
lovely
good.
guy, And I think it helps that I know, like you're just such, and that photo was just like whoa.
Yeah.
When I saw that today, I thought I loved it. I loved it.
And
That was a
I
great
the
photo.
expression on the face perfectly. I'm
Yeah.
sitting in traffic.
Yeah.
Caught his
But yeah.
situation.
It's one of those things where someone could have that hanging on their wall, and it's and you wouldn't even second guess it if that photo was on their wall.
What's funny
Truly.
is someone's tweaked it already. And,
Oh really?
if you look on
I've already got a print of
Facebook-
Stuart on the wall anyway. Canvas. It's big.
You guys are up here anyway.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sideman has tweaked it, and it's like an old man kind of crazy.
He's just jealous. He's just jealous. That's all it is, Stuart.
That
Yeah.
photo is just
You're
one of
old
those
there.
gritty. Oh, I loved it. I'll give you props for that one.
But yeah, because I wanted to embrace everything about sitting in traffic was all about. That's what the whole picture was about.
Got it on that one. The grizzled. It was the grizzled sort of
Yes.
fuck off. That's
Yeah.
what you epitomise in that photo. I'm gonna print it. I'm gonna do a canvas of that.
Putting the mouthpiece to keep the kids away from the fire.
But yeah, I tried to use as always, I use the natural all around. But I just wanted to embrace what sitting in traffic was about. Angriness, awkwardness.
It's almost like Guinness could use it as like an advert. That's that sort of level of like
Maybe they
depth.
will.
Yeah.
Don't give you any royalties for it.
Yeah.
But Craig, I'm jealous that you had a beer with gingers all around.
Yeah. Ginger
No
beer.
frills.
Yeah.
Gingers all around. That is
Yeah, no frills. No frills, Joe.
I know.
Not an average
Jealous.
Joe. No frills, Joe. Yeah. No. I've done one more. I've done another beer this evening from them, which wasn't too bad. I kind of like the artwork. It's got like hops.
I thought it was a brick
light
one.
and all that sort of
The one that you posted yesterday.
Yeah,
Like
no,
Rick,
it's well, the next one I post will be next week. It looks like a Magic Rock design. It's got that kind of circle sort of.
Can do your knockoff with a half can. No bother if you want.
So,
Any breweries out there, you want to knock off with a half can? I'll do you for you.
I was before all this.
Yeah.
I was randomly listening to random music, and I somehow jumped onto Jimmy O's YouTube thing. Prior to
Have you
this,
got Peter on there?
no, that's what he asked. He goes, "Where is Peter?" Because apparently he's on a date.
Peter's not on a date. He was on here earlier.
Was
He's
it?
working.
Oh, yeah.
He's on here.
Well, he might be on a date now.
Well,
He might be on a little walking date.
How could it?
One of those walking dates.
Oh,
World
Rob,
Cam Day.
dogging.
I had the Brick Brewery
Outdoors.
Hill.
Webcam Day.
Date. Shagging in the field. Date.
Rob, did you have the Brick Brewery?
Pays well
beer?
now.
I've not heard from Brick
Brown
for a
ale.
long time. Not heard from Brick for ages. I was actually just going to look on their website.
Well, I had their Art and Soul, which is pretty cool. That was an enjoyable beer.
I don't know what that was. What was it?
American Brown Ale.
Oh, lovely. Oh, yes. I have seen that knocking around. I love an American brown ale. How was it?
Exactly. That's what I mentioned. That's how his shirt reminded me.
How was it? Good?
It was very good. I think he had coffee in it.
The
Yeah.
Triangle have got a... not that I'm just pushing you towards Triangle to buy some beer, but there is... Talking of brown ale, there is... There's a Cigar City beer.
Oh, that's horrible.
No. You're not thinking of the right one. Cubano style
Yeah,
espresso
that's
brown
what I
ale.
had.
You say that's horrible.
Yeah,
It's
it's not good.
fucking beautiful.
It's thin.
Fight.
Beautiful.
It's like me
I
before
thought that was
lockdown.
beautiful.
It's
No.
like me before lockdown. Thin.
No.
Down.
5 point, well, it's 5.5, so it's not a big beer. It is a brown ale, so it
Yeah.
shouldn't have to be thick. But that for me, that had the flavour of like a much bigger beer. That had that could have been a 7.5% porter for me. That beer, I thought it was lovely. I've had it a couple of times.
It was like a strong brown ale rather than porter.
Well, yeah, it is a brown ale. It's a 5.5% brown ale. Yeah, it's really good.
It didn't touch the porter. It didn't touch the elements of a porter.
As our beer that we did with Badco was based on Maduro.
I know.
Which I've had Maduro since, and I think Maduro, if you put, has he got them both in? Yeah, he's got. No, he's not got them both in. I'm gonna say if you can do a side by side, I think the Cubano is a roastier brown ale than Maduro.
Yes, it is. I have to agree. But I still thought we were a little thin.
It is things. It's a fucking 5.5% brown ale. It's not a stout. It's not a 12% stout.
It's because it's not from Yorkshire. That's why.
Right. This is like a window into an afternoon.
It's a circle. It's a circle here.
It's great. I thought that
Yeah,
it's
like it's okay, but it's thin. It's not supposed to be thin.
Paul's not here. Somebody's got to say beers are thin.
But in comparison to the 3 brown ales that I had for the other night, the Electric Bear American Brown Ale, the Mondo Brown Ale, and the Brick Brown Ale, they were far superior to the
Really? Really? Okay. Interesting.
Wow.
Similar ABVs, Stu?
Yeah.
All around the same thing?
For once.
46.
Yeah. 46. Fucking hell.
26.
Oh, okay.
I had a combination of them.
426.
Yeah.
I haven't had a good brown ale in such a long time.
Well, that's what inspired me to do the purchase. I mean, I'll buy it off.
Is the brick one pretty new? Well,
I put Caps and Taps out of London. I use their website.
Taps.
Yeah. I've never been, but one of my friends recommended.
Yeah, Caps and Taps. We've done some. Me, Rob, and Craig have done some videos in there.
What?
Yeah. Go look back on mine and Craig's channel. We've done some videos in there. Right now, look at it right now. Everybody, stop watching. Go look at those videos. Come back.
Yeah, watch.
Yeah,
I've still got some of the beers.
Well, no, don't.
I've got the Villagers Imperial Porter to have.
Yeah. Villagers are pretty good. I've had their lager and stuff. They're pretty good. But that's Johnny from Craft Beer Channel's local bottle shop. Caps and Taps. That's his local.
Yeah.
Well, I decided to buy a lot of London beers.
Yeah, it's quite close to where not so much these days, but where I used to stay. I still get there easy enough. But
it's a good little shop, isn't it?
Half a dozen times I've been in there.
Yeah. It's a good little shop where they got the little bar area and then all the fridges and the shelves and whatnot.
Great.
Yeah.
Prices are a little
and the guy behind the bar, like the bigger guy, is really helpful.
No, I purchased I purchased a beer from them that I reviewed the other night called Free Hills.
Yeah.
All right.
And
empty stand.
Yeah, it was their Speyside, which irritated me because when I went to do research and looked for the translation of the Banark, but it translates to BP. Yeah, because because Free Hills have that weird symbolism at the front, don't they?
Yeah, all different. characters and stuff.
Roman.
So I typed
Roman
it in,
numerals.
right? And it doesn't turn up as Russian. It turns up as Afghanistan.
It's not Russian.
Oh,
No, it's not Russian. It's
Yeah.
Afghanistan,
Afghanistan.
right? But you translate that, and it translates to Russian. Like, you translate that into Google, it's English. And what it translates to? Black.
Yeah.
Why don't they just write
Yeah, I know
freaking
that.
black? Freaking annoying!
I could have told you that. I could have
I
told
know,
you that.
why do you know how much research you put into a freaking looking for that freaking name? Right? There's nowhere anywhere on Free Hills that tells you that it says black. It just says PP. What does PP fucking big mean?
Never mind. You found out.
Anyway, the beer was good.
Yeah.
It's the same with Gylo. Now, Gylo, right, okay, so it's two Yorkshire guys go over to China,
Yeah.
then brew beer in
Yeah.
Scotland. What is fucking beer brewing over here? Beer is so complicated. Beer is so complicated.
Always is.
Give me a bit of fucking warning, lad. Dire, bad luck, City.
I'm putting you on.
Give me a bit of. Yeah,
I'm taking you off.
Take me off. West
Yeah,
Coast,
A
IPA.
box down there.
Why does beer have to
The
be so
Dare
complicated?
Why is beer so complicated? Because that's enjoyable. It wasn't
It's as
complicated.
complicated
Well,
as you want it to
it
be.
does have to be
It's
complicated.
as complicated as
It
you
can
want
be
it to be.
really fucking boring.
No.
Yeah.
John's
It's
just
as complicated as you want it to be.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
I think I finished my beer review, and the next day, Rob released his variation of Free Hills. I think it was a coconut that he did.
No, it wasn't coconut macaroon. That's just come out again, which is probably my favourite of the bunch. It was the what the fuck was it? Maple pancake?
Right, man. Because I
Oh,
watched your
yeah.
review, and I went, "Oh no, I've never watched this the day before."
I've got 3 of those beers at the moment knocking around. I've got fudge brownie, something else, and we've got a vanilla, like a big bottle.
Yeah.
One as well. I think that the base beer, the BPVAK, whatever it is a great, really good beer. It does taste a little bit like. A lot of people, Harry Meadows would always reference a Blue Riband biscuit, but for me, it's the non-specific long wafer biscuit from a Polish shop.
Yeah.
And those big thick ones, where like often kind of like hazelnut. So I love them. I was speaking the virtue of Polish shops last week actually. About crisps, best place to buy crisps. Polish shop.
But £3 for the candy bars. You can't get that for UK snacks.
Well, big long.
I know.
Wafer bar. It's cool. It's a cultural thing, isn't it? That's what their confectionery primarily is. As far as we're concerned, is lots of wafers.
So, Rob,
I think, but that's one thing I love. If I go into a different country, I love going in just a shop, a corner shop, seeing what stuff they've got and grabbing just like bog standard shite and like, oh, what does their chocolate taste like? What's their crisp taste like? It's just, I think he's going to measure or something.
I like that kind of thing. I did watch Ollie review the cream egg beer.
Yeah, lovely. Loved it. Loved it.
Great. It was
fucking loved it. Yeah, I loved that. Just like at the end was like, I love cream eggs, but this beer is wank. To paraphrase. Brilliant.
I love the bit.
Oh, I love Ollie.
The bit at the beginning. little bit at the beginning was awesome.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it was wonderful.
Oh dear.
He always goes the extra mile, does Ollie.
Yes, I'm a cider drinker.
Oddly, as I was putting him to bed, or trying to get him to sleep, and I watched a little bit of Simon, and Simon was going on about, nobody in the beer industry managed to get any of that beer, and then, but as it happened, Ollie was watching, and he replied, I bought two, but I bought two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that was a bit of Simon going.
No.
Simon expecting to be sent them
Yes.
and not pay for
Yeah.
them. And
Yes.
Yeah.
somebody fucking did get them.
Yes.
Ollie did it to
Yeah,
make
but-
a funny video. It was
Yeah.
like yeah.
He's probably, but he loves the cream
yeah.
egg. But he loves the cream egg as well.
Well, Ollie did it to make a funny video of something that's being talked about at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a completely sort of like thing where it's just like he did it because he wanted, but like he did it because it's organic for his channel. It's like that's what he does.
It completely fits.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what he does.
Can't be cock ale every week.
Yeah, no, you can't do a cocktail every week.
Yeah, for that.
But I mean, but
No,
to his
me.
credit,
It's
he's
like
not
back up,
someone
like,
who reacts
when it ends.
quickly a lot of the time anyway, is it?
No, well,
Often.
no. I mean, Ollie's once every couple of
Once a
weeks
month,
if you're lucky, and
lucky, yeah.
and he is even less than me, and I'm sporadic at best.
You're loads at the moment. You're all over it, mate. You're like more than me.
Really not. It's
You are.
one live and one actual video.
How is that? So is that the Bear Mill double good?
The yeah, it's crazy.
Kind of
Yeah.
thing. Got one of those
wasn't as good as the one I had last year.
Oh,
the
yeah.
one-
I thought you loved it. So
The one I had last year was one of my beers of the year. This one this year, well, because when you think about it, it's different hops, different malt bill, so it's a different beer. It just didn't grab.
on the thoughts of you loving it.
Yeah, well, I liked it, and it was great. It's a fantastic beer, but I think I built it up in my head as the one from last year, and it's
I've got no build up at all.
Yeah. So I think I even did a little bit about chip malt in my
Chip malt.
in my video, a little chip malt bit.
My chip
bit.
malt, whatever it is I think my last beer I have at Wylam on my live thing I did on a Sunday afternoon after a beer festival. I've not shagged any locals. I was at the brewery.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was a load of collab as it happens. Load of collab with chip malt. I have no knowledge of chip malt, and that is the second time I think I've ever heard anybody reference chip malt.
Yeah, chip malt. Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Well, I researched it. You have to watch my video to find out my in-depth research of what chip malt does to a beer.
Okay.
Yeah. Who changing the subject slightly? Who drinks cider? I don't. So.
I try cider.
Yeah.
My wife likes cider, so I try cider. And then every now and again, when a cider piques my interest, I'll give it a go.
I don't drink cider. I'm not against cider.
No, I'm nowhere against cider, but it's one of the things where I don't watch Harry Potter because I just don't want something else to get into. And the same with like I just like beer. I just want to keep going with the beer. I don't want something fucking else to get into.
Well, I met Rob by a cider festival.
We did. Lucky bastard.
It's the cannon.
Wow.
Beer tube cannon right there.
Thing is,
And it was one of the best cider events I've been to ever.
It was really good. It's the best cider moment of my life. Not meeting you that day. But
earlier
Matt as well.
day.
Obviously, that contributed to the experience.
Because Rob was like,
I'm a YouTuber.
I'm a
In
YouTuber.
retrospect,
Good,
it's probably one of the best
I'm
things
a
that came out
YouTuber.
of that day. one thing I remember from that day was that's the first time I've drunk a lot of cider. Not like just like gallons of it. It's like a large, a good amount of strong cider. Of
Love strong.
variety of like sweet, from dry to sweet, and it left me with a interesting kind of drunken state. I felt beer is a bit swirly. Cider's a little bit more ethereal.
Cider
A
drunk
little
is
bit
weird.
more. It's a slightly highlight, I think, is cider drunkenness.
It was a hot day.
It was hot.
Blue skies, sunshine.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Banks
green
of the
trees
banks
everywhere.
of the
Beautiful women everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere.
Right, and basically you got to learn about cider process as well as drinking
crush
cider.
apples and shit. Yeah, it's apple day.
Yeah, it was
So they were
awesome.
crushing apples and stuff. Yeah,
And the kids got involved. Everybody got involved. And it was almost like and there were raffle tickets. There were food, all kinds of apple, and the pig and the stuffing.
That sounds wholesome as fuck.
That's what you need, doesn't it?
It sounds fucking great.
It's good. Sadly, it doesn't happen anymore.
No, because people protested. People protest.
Oh, they protest. That's what Ebden. I was going to say, how could Ebden Bridge protest? But Ebden Bridge loves a protest. There is an element that would just. I can completely picture a group further slightly down the towpath on like recordling and.
Oh, what? Just
couple of burgers, something shit.
The reason being is because back then the pathway was damaged, so that there was in the process of making repairs while hosting an Apple Day, but they didn't repair it until they cancelled all Apple Day, which in turn destroyed the Stubborn Wharf.
Really, that's a real shame because.
Beautiful
pub. It is Ebden Bridge. As far as booze goes, there's not a hell of a lot going on. It should be better than it is. It should be better.
Well, especially because vocation is a heavy.
They've got a bar. They've got a bar which is okay. It's a funny one. It's a bit like it's a funny place. Vocation's bar in Ebden Bridge is a funny one because that's one of the few places to go.
Yeah,
so it's full of townies drinking lager.
Yeah,
but did I take you into one in Leeds?
Yeah. Went to the one in Leeds and the step underground bit sort of thing.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. I don't think I had a vocation beer when I went there. we said the other stuff they had on, but
no, I like that place.
Yeah, it was a great place to drink. Yeah.
The best vocation bar is the one in Leeds.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah,
it's good, isn't it? I like it. Food's good, beer's good. One of the few places I went during that kind of weird little window of lockdown. One of the few places I went, and they did a really good job of it. That'll be a place I'll go back to because I know they know how to responsibly handle crowds.
Which every hospitality followed procedure, but they still got punished.
Yeah, I know. It's bullshit, isn't it? It's one of the best. Yeah. Places we go did it well. It's all the other places that's the problem, isn't it?
But
Mustang Sally's in Wakefield. That's the place you're going to worry about.
Well, I'm looking forward to November and August. August and November.
I'm hoping for more before August and November.
I think it's going to slip by a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Of course it will. Can't be dogmatic about these things. It's in the nature of the beast, really.
I think I was telling someone that they said probably September will be probably best.
Don't listen to people. People are fucking idiots.
Don't. But so are the government, so it's a pretty tricky one.
Yeah.
Who are you supposed to listen to?
I've got couple of nights in 2 nights in Bristol, booked around my birthday. And
Nice.
whether we can do the job lot or just go and drink outside, I'll have plenty of options. So I'll
Well,
be all right.
fingers
Yeah.
crossed for you
Oh, I think it'll be fine by then. I think it'll be.
again.
I don't. They can't fucking roll it back now. They can't. They've done it. They've done too much damage. They can't keep fucking.
They just got to keep getting those vaccines in people.
That's
That's what they've got to
step in
keep
it.
trying to do.
They can't just keep doing it. They can just, you just gotta.
They've got to slap those vaccines in people, and then it will be
Well, they do it in
Horrible.
Europe, aren't they? The vaccine passport.
yeah. Well,
I'm
but the
all
trouble
in
is
favour of.
they're not getting the vaccines. That's the difference. At least we're actually getting the vaccines.
Yeah, but no. But my problem is I don't want loads of fucking irritating, drunken fucking scumbag British people, like invading the continent who don't give a toss.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing. Irresponsible
Yeah,
dickheads.
Fox and Goose is a really good pub.
Not that I'm gonna. It's all right.
I went when it was day one.
I remember having a wonderful evening there. And they had big chunks of cheese on the bar, but also
Yeah.
I remember sitting in a damp corner and it smelled like a gas leak. So
It's still the best beer garden in Yorkshire.
pubs aren't always great. Best
who you
pub
with.
garden in Yorkshire.
Yeah, because it's got that
Get
beautiful
the
Yorkshire
fuck
stone and all that green trees and mould and spiders crawling over you. It's like the best beer garden ever.
Yeah.
Did that
Yep.
sound that good? Mold and spiders crawling all over you. See, I'm not a fan of a beer garden.
I am when it's an actual beer garden, as in it's an actual fucking garden. When you're outside and there's grass and there's
Yeah.
but when it's just like a couple of stones and a bench, it's like
I don't
that's not a
like
big garden.
wasps around me, fucking buzzing around me all the time. It does my
No.
head in. Stresses me out.
Yeah, I hate being
It
around
really
middle
stresses me out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, John. What was that?
I
I'm
hate
not
being
gonna-
around middle-aged women.
I mean, beer festivals will be next year, won't they? I suppose. But there's some nightclubs.
No, well, I mean, like LCBF for even though it's in Tobacco Dock, that's like a semi-open building. It's like not all enclosed.
They've
It's not
just got to control their numbers. That's their thing.
Yeah,
They can't
that's the
make
thing,
it
yeah.
busy. When you guys went the other year, they can't make it like that.
No, it can't be like that. It is like the center of it is completely open air. It's so it's not enclosed. It's not like you're in like a
There's a lot
big
of
warehouse.
There's lots of little.
Yeah,
there
but
is
there's
all
lots
those
of little rooms.
vacuums, isn't
There's within that. There's lots of little like rooms where they had the separate
be
bars
things
set up.
like
So
that.
it'd be interesting how they do it. It's
Might
got to be a
be
numbers
things
thing.
like
It's
that.
got to be a.
I did see-
I mean, when I shared that video today with because Rasco and Disco said they're going to the LCBF, and I shared that video and I said, "Oh, this is a glimpse of what it's going to be like if you meet up with us." And then I was like, and then in the tweet I put like
put
minus. I put in the tweet I put minus sharing all the beer because like we're just like fucking like we got an extra
I
glass.
stopped doing that years ago.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it was like
In
like, it was
demand
the-
beer flu.
yeah. Well, you always get ill after it, but it's
Because it's
But-
essentially like going to somewhere and just going, do you want to have a kiss? Do you want a kiss? Do you want to have a kiss? Do you want to go?
yeah, but that's
You
not
want a
socially
kiss?
acceptable.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on over here. This is a cracking kiss. Do you want to have a kiss?
Pride, right?
Well,
Do you remember? Do you remember that in?
Set a jockstrap onto the market is going to make a killing. Just saying.
Do you remember that Indie Man, Rob, where that weird guy sort of latched onto us when I can't remember where we were. That it was, and he kept trying to get us to like try his drink and stuff. We're just outside. We're outside. We're just out near Vault City's bit.
oh,
Yeah, and he was like,
Yes.
hanging on to
really
us.
quite aggressive, didn't he?
Yeah, he's like trying to get us to try his drink, and we're like, no, we don't want to. We don't want to try your drink.
Yeah.
I'll try Rob. If Rob gives me a little sip, I'll try. If Craig gives it, I'll try. But I don't know you. Like, go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, just proper, like a
was-
proper hanger on. And he was like saying, "Oh, the coke he'd been doing." It's like, well, definitely not now.
Yes,
Yeah,
Hmm.
it was very odd.
Very odd guy.
I'm
Very
blind.
odd.
I've not thought about
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I've only been to Indie Man once, and
Yes,
I turned
with me.
up with Rob
That's my
in
guess.
Mercedes,
Yeah, we did.
sunglasses on,
Yeah.
and we walked straight through the front door.
So that's what happens
Blue.
when you're rolling deep. That's what happens, doesn't it?
It was straight out like a
Free
movie scene.
tickets, free tickets. Yeah, we did actually turn up in a Mercedes. It was completely by chance, but it was a shining moment. My
But
mate,
it
my
was
mate
like
Dave got out of the
doors
out of the car.
Mercedes opened.
Putting some. It was a wonderful moment. We didn't quite walk through the door. We probably hung around outside. For about 20
Yeah,
minutes.
like seconds with it.
Some glass smash and it's went.
Really
Yeah,
selling
no,
it.
honestly, that was true. Though it was a wonderful moment. It's a memorable moment. Calling up in the Merc.
What's the chance? Turn up on a Merc at a beer festival.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good time. Yeah, I think I've recorded all that. I think I've done videos at Indie Man with Adam Stewart. I don't know the first. Stewart probably was first actually.
That's the
But
time I've been.
Stewart, Adam, Peter, and then you two.
Oh, Rob, that was the other time the double yellow belly.
Yeah, I completely knew you were going to say that because some guy was giving me shit about my tripod.
Yeah, right. That's the only time that ever there's been a double yellow belly.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
And Rob got it as his
We were
first 2
outside.
years.
Well, giving you shit about your
second,
tripod. What can you say about your tripod? It's like, oh,
Some
it
dudes
has
and they're
three
like-
legs.
It's like a fucking like selfie sticker. So I'm like, fuck off. Stood outside, some going. Ooh.
That's why I brought my glass as well.
There probably is video footage of me just going, oh, there's some fucking arsehole, blah blah blah.
I had at the Indian Man I went to, I actually had a good when we were in the beer merchants bit, like someone came up to me and was like, "Oh, I like your vlogging rig," and we had like a little conversation about it, and I was like, "It's my big rig. It's my big rig with the light. It's the light and the microphone on there. It's got everything going on."
My light.
My light's really good. I like my light.
I'd use my light in circumstances which reminds me of me, you, and Craig in North London, North East London.
Yeah,
that'd work out nice.
Yeah,
quality moments.
Definitely.
Hey, might get a round of applause from.
I'm always excited whenever something new comes on.
I'll give you a golf clap.
When someone else shows up to the camera.
Jake is risking his life by using that.
I've been told off. I've been told off a few times.
What are you drinking, Matt?
Oxbow. Good. How are you? Oxbow Brewing out of Maine. This is a wet.
Oxbow. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, very, very delicious. Very delicious.
There's a Clydewater Oxbow collab knocking around at the moment. Italian pills.
Yeah, Oxbow. They make such great beers. They're almost like they're like a hipster Allagash. I mean that in a positive way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're much the same. Like they're in Maine, but they're like Maine. Like there's like you go to Oxbow, you're fucking going to Oxbow. Like you're not going anywhere else. Like you're like they're out there and fucking the sticks. So and they make really great beers.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. hipster, the non. Yeah. We're gonna have to tell Johnny and Brad about Oxbow because clearly they're still on the Allagash bandwagon. So yeah, we've had over here. We've I always had a bit of a link to those guys because of guys at North Monk have always been really close with guys at Bissell.
Yeah.
Oddly, I don't know why. I think it's one year they did a bit of a tour of breweries of that kind of area.
Portland, Maine.
Yeah, Portland, Maine. Yeah, no more thinking, more kind of like a bit more Alchemist. The first year of Hop City.
Okay.
The beer festival that I made up. Alchemists were the kind of like the featured act, the main event, but as a result of that, they made kind of various connections and stuff. So around that area, so Oxbow were kind of a natural brother in that area because they're not a million miles from Bissell, are they? And
It's like an
the
hour.
owner of Northern Monk is called.
It's like an hour
Bissett.
north. Yeah.
Not Bissell.
Here's probably the best way I could explain Oxbow. Oxbow's the brewery to where, like, if you were to go to like a beer festival, like with a bunch of breweries, and then afterwards you all went out after the festival and you went to local bars to drink, all the brewers would be like, "Ooh, Oxbow, I'm gonna drink that."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's like it's the comedian's comedian. You know what I mean? It's like the brewer's brewer. You know?
Yeah.
Well, but they all just drink Pilsner because that's all. That's
It's
all
quite
brewers
some
drink.
farmhouse, aren't they? They're quite the farmhouse brewery primarily, aren't they?
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
That means they just don't make many IPAs.
Well, anybody can call themselves a farmhouse brewery, just not a farmstead. Otherwise, you get sued by Phil Farmstead.
So you could be a farmstead brewery.
No, like Omegang. Omegang put out a beer called it was a Farmstead IPA, and they got a C&D from fucking Hill Farmstead.
See, Omegang are a funny one, aren't they? Because their brewery, I remember seeing photographs of their brewery, which looks wonderful. With these big kind of gates and these kind of white walls and stuff, these kind of like painted white walls. But they're a bit bigger than that, really, aren't they?
Who?
Oh, I understand. Omegang.
Omegang's gigantic. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So it was one of the rare occasions you have the tiny guy going, yeah, you could shut that shit down. You know what I mean? Like it was, it'd be like whatever. I don't know. It'd be like, it'd be like Sam Adams sending the C&D or Stone sending the COD to Keystone, I guess. So maybe it happens.
Swings and roundabouts.
Yep.
Are Omegang only based in like upstate New York in that one brewery that I've got in my brain? I just remember like there being gigs on there of like slightly like alt country bands.
Yeah, their brewery is fantastic. Like it's old too. That's a lot of people don't realize how old it is because basically what happened was that Omegang opened. It's in Cooperstown, New York, which is like famous for the Baseball Hall of Fame in the United States.
Of course, yes.
And they opened, and it was like it was a mother or a father and wife, a duo, and they kind of fell on hard times, and they pretty much begged Duvel to purchase them. This is in like the 80s, the 80s. They asked them, they're like, "Yeah, we can't do this anymore. Can you please buy us?" So that's how Duvel ended up owning Omegang. It was well before the Firestone Walker and Boulevard times. So they're a bit. That's why there's so much Duvel ingrained in there because what they did was went in there and started pitching everything with Duvel yeast and started doing all kinds of Duvel based shit. So that's why it's very much uber traditional. It's very much Duvel USA is what it is.
Yeah,
but since it is brewery, they could do
no issue with those beers. Well,
yeah, and they could do a lot of. I'm not a big Duvel yeast guy, so I was never like a huge Omegang guy. But they make fun beers. But they have they have a great spot with a concert venue at it. Then they have they do the festival of Belgian beers. It's like every year they do this Belgian beer festival where they bring like United States brewers, Belgian brewers over, and they have this huge festival. It's all Belgian beers from everybody. And it's 3 days long. And like the first day is like, if you go to first day, it's like VIP first day, but it's proper VIP. Like, the ticket's like whatever it is, like $150, which you're like, wow, that's crazy. But you get like a 7-course, like Michelin star dinner and a paired with a bunch of fucking chicharrones telling you how to drink and eat beer or drink beer and same time.
Chicharrones.
Yeah.
There's kind of highly fried pork then.
Yeah.
Chicharrones. Cool. No, it sounds amazing.
Oh, give me. Yeah, I'm awesome, dude. What do you want? Honest. I forgot that one.
I think Matt should read out the comment about him.
I would say my worst thing is my memory. I always think I have the worst memory in the world. So people say I have a good memory is just like I'll nod and toast that and just.
I think the point was about memories.
It's the thing that's valid of I can only base the stuff I taste on of stuff that I've tasted before.
Yeah.
That's why I link stuff back to biscuits and sweets and other drinks that I've had, and because that's what you've got.
Frame of reference.
That's your frame of reference. So yeah.
Which is why it's important to. I mean, it's a hard
memories.
Job to eat more different kinds of food, because the more you have like a baseline, kind of like what does marjoram taste like? What is this?
Or like when like light cheese or just random fruits that it says on like a beer can, like try the fruits and try that sort of shit, because everyone puts guava on their beer can. How many guavas you eat? How many guavas you eat in a day?
Yeah, exactly. I know you piss out of me.
But what about the flip of that? Because there's like a ton of people. You know what the two tasting notes that I find to be super annoying in the beer world is leather and tobacco. I think that's a bunch of horseshit and bullshit. Because I've chewed tobacco, I've smoked tobacco, I've done every kind of tobacco. I've never tasted
a lot of leather.
And when's the last time you ate a nice slice of
night? I've won a lot of leather.
Yeah.
I've had some steaks that have been a bit like leather.
Well, yeah, extra leather in taste.
Yeah. But no, I know what you mean. You fall into all those traps in a certain way of the whole horse blanket thing. It's like I've never got a horse blanket and gone, put a horse blanket across my face, and there's all those tropes like the cat pee, the cat pee thing. It's like, who's fucking pee. Getting it? Who's getting their face in cat pee and all that sort of shit? And
I can pinpoint cat.
No. I know there is, but it goes.
So I hate cats. Sorry,
Jake.
It's not the first time I've told you.
I agree with you, Jake.
I hate cats. But where I used to live was too many fucking cats. I remember walking out on we'd put AstroTurf out as well. Got rid of the backyard, put AstroTurf out because you can't grow fucking grass there. And cats are pissed all over it. That early morning with the dew and stuff, it just really fucking offered it up, and it were like, and it did have that. And see, that's the whole thing. But then herein lies another kind of weird little thing is it's like with Simcoe and stuff, and like Simcoe once upon a time did smell like cat pee, and it did have that ammonia note. But then you get Simcoe these days, and it's nothing like that. But then therein lies another fucking
but that's where the memory thing. That's where the memory thing kicks in, and you can only describe things based on how you perceive. Because someone go, no, it doesn't taste like that, but because they might not have perceived that flavor in the way that you have perceived it.
And my mate wasn't right good at cleaning out his fucking cat box either, as well.
You dirty fucker.
Yeah, exactly. He's rotten.
I think there's a flip side to that too. To be honest with you, because I'm like a very regimented like schedule kind of person. Like I eat the same thing all the time. I drink the same. I have a patterns in my life. I just follow that kind of. I eat the same fucking thing almost every morning. Like weekends, I'll do something different, but almost every morning I eat a bowl of oatmeal, and I put an ass ton of cinnamon in it, and I do that constantly. And I have a really hard time like hashing out cinnamon in beers. To the point where now I've trained myself to detect it because I can't. I had to Like, and I think it's because I eat so much cinnamon that I'm desensitized to it. So
Yeah.
it tastes different to me now. It tastes like a mint and Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
When I taste mint and Coca-Cola in a stout, I'm like, there's cinnamon in it. I'm actually not tasting cinnamon. I know I'm not, but
it's your frame of reference. Yeah,
those things because I've eaten way too much cinnamon in my life to now where I have like gobs of it in my face. Otherwise, it comes off weird.
Well,
I don't like cinnamon, and but I'm really sensitive to it. Like, even if it's not there, I'm like spice beers, beers.
Funny enough, when
cinnamon
I went to a tasting where Fergus from Adnams, he was like running it, and he was saying that at Adnams they have like a panel of tasters where they all where they train together almost to pick up on what each other are not or picking up on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like this. It's a process. It's not necessarily scientific because it's all again based on what you know. But they're all trying to get to the same language so they can deliver a beer where it has where they can put out a beer where they know it's going to have those perceived flavors, sort of thing. And they build up so it like flavor and taste and what everyone's picking up on. It's such an interesting thing because it's all subconscious and.
Yeah.
Well, it's color, man. Like we all don't see the exact same colors, but we see a spectrum that's close enough to where we can associate those colors with everybody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so it's like a cobalt blue to me. Well, perceptually, what you see might be slightly different, but we've explained that coloration enough to where we've figured out how to communicate that color, even though it technically is slightly different for each of us. You know, it's kind of that thing.
So,
and it's also being able to pick up on stuff that is like per style of beer that is a off flavor. Mm-hmm. That's where it also draws the line where you're like, actually, this shouldn't taste like that. That's also when you're getting into another ballpark, isn't it? When you're actually picking up those off flavors.
Well, that's like there's a brewery over here called Carton Brewing. And the owner of that brewery, like I've talked to him several times, and you know, he said straight up, he literally cannot taste diacetyl. He doesn't know what he can't perceive it in a beer. But what he's done is basically what you said, Jake. He's done so many because you know any brewery does sensory panels, and usually they'll try to do sensory panels with different breweries to try to make sure everybody knows what to talk about. Every time somebody's detected diacetyl in the beer for sure, and they know what they're talking about, he's like, give it to me. And he's drank it. Point now where he tastes it, he can detect it via mouthfeel. He actually still can't taste it, but when he drinks something, he'd be like, I think this has diacetyl in it. He's like, I can't taste it, but it has this kind of mouthfeel that every single diacetyl beer I've ever tasted has a specific kind of slickness or something like that to it. And, you know, I don't know why you'd make that up. So it's even there. It's kind of like, you know, you lose a sense and then you work with another sense and things like that.
Yeah. It's a collaborative process in that respect, isn't it? It's not just one person just putting out a beer and like, that's it. That's what you're drinking.
Unless you're
I meant to ask Matthew last time he was on here if he'd add Edmund's Oast Brewing Company.
Yeah. We actually get Edmund's Oast Brewery, their beers and distribution in my state. So I know they're down in Georgia or whatever it is. But
I had two of their beers, but one of them, the Lord Proprietor's Mild, was the closest I've ever seen an American brewery touch a British brewery.
I mean, I think there's
style.
breweries that get very, very close with that, but I would say you're probably not wrong because while it's not traditional, by far one of the best milds I've had over the past year or so was again, it's not traditional obviously, but they did an English mild with not Szechuan but Sichuan pepper, so it was like a Japanese pepper in a mild.
Okay.
Not a traditional beer, but it was fantastic. It tasted like a mild with this cool lemony characteristic. That's the way the peppers come off as with like lemon. It was fantastic. But I could see them doing that. Like Edmund's Oast makes very, very, very tasty beverages.
They do. It was like last time he was on. I'll try to remember the name of the brewery, and then it came up this past week randomly, and I went,
Yeah.
all right. So if I ever get invited, so I'll ask Matthew.
And then they but they've had misses for me. And here's the thing about it, though.
Yes, they have.
I have had a couple beers from them where I'm like, yeah, this is not good. But it's always been some like weird kooky thing that they tried to swing for the fences and missed, and I'm cool with that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're fucking up on the constant on like normal beers, that's weird. But if you're making some weird kind of cut at some kind of fucking obnoxious, crazy style, and it wasn't awesome, I'm like, yeah, that's okay. I'm like, you tried.
Yeah.
But it's like one thing I always like doing is asking the person at the bottle shop, and I was chatting to this lass at the bottle shop, and she goes, "They make some weird beers, but 40% out of 60%, they are really good."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And she recommended the Lord Proprietors because she knew I was British. I don't know how, but she recommended that. Right?
I thought you were from LA.
Yeah. So I managed to have that, and it was really solid. But I always like it when you go to a bottle shop, either in the UK or in America, and you get really enthusiastic staff.
Yeah.
Because that's how you progress as a beer drinker.
Oh yeah. And it's like, it sucks when it's like, when someone's like really excited, even if they're like, you know, I don't want to say like new or anything like that, but as long as they're excited to teach and excited to learn at the same time, is a very fun thing. Yeah. And it's like, and that's probably one of the things that I've missed the most from COVID is that interaction, you know, going out and randomly meeting human and having a conversation. It's everybody's you're not doing that now, or you're hesitant to do it. So, you know, once we get back to some semblance of normalcy, which, hey, I got my first shot today for the COVID. So yeah,
nice. That's cool.
And today, like 2 hours ago, and I was like, hey, I got a vaccine 2 hours ago. Why don't I drink a quadruple IPA? That kind of makes sense because that won't.
This is what I was also going to ask. This is also what I was going to ask, because all you beer personalities here, right? For an IPA, right? IPA, you have a pale, IPA, double, triple, etc., right? Yeah. But for stout, it goes porter, stout, imperial.
I wouldn't say porter stout. Some porters can be the same strength.
Yeah, it changes now and again, but it just goes stout, imperial.
The porter stout thing is the most convoluted thing in the world ever.
The worst is sour.
There's different styles. Yeah.
Here's sour. There's like 9 billion different kinds of sour, and it's just like, here's sour. You know what I mean?
Here's another kettle sour. Here's another kettle sour.
Yeah.
But even with there's like
a quadruple stout, or a triple stout, or a double stout, or a single stout.
You don't get that. You just get an imperial stout. You never had a triple.
Exactly. So why does IPA get that extra privilege?
I know, it's silly. Exactly. It's silly.
It's that kind of like, you know, oh, this is more sort of thing, isn't it? It's like there's a number of home espresso machines out there at the minute that claim that they can produce 15 bars of pressure. Espresso is made at 9 bars of pressure, not 8, not 10, 9. 9 or nothing. So it doesn't matter if it can blow
what you making at that, because actually if you've got a cake of coffee and you've got that pressure going into it, it just destroys it. Yeah. So why are they going up to that bar?
Because people don't know what espresso is, and they think, 63 bars of pressure, that means it's better.
They're like, whoa.
That actually means less, probably.
I just think people are trying to be too precise. I think that's what it is. They're trying to be too precise, and whether it's an OCD thing,
but they're not. Because I have breweries over here that are like, here's my 8.3% pale ale, and they're like, "Here's my like 6% double IPA." It's like, okay, what rules are we playing by now? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, who's making this up? Like, you know what I mean? And not to mention that people that make it, like, there's companies over here and make it like. I'm sure it's the same thing over there. They'll make something it's not even close to being an IPA, but if it has any hops in it, they'll just call it an IPA because it'll sell more.
Or session IPA.
Yeah, here's my
IPA. Would that be a double?
Yeah.
I mean, there's some commercial breweries that do an Imperial IPA at 4.6%. How does that work?
Yeah, no.
Well, it's not, is it?
Not.
I mean, what's the brewery out of Yorkshire? Acorn Brewery. They do Imperial.
Yeah, it's not an Imperial Stout, is it? It's an export stout.
Yeah.
Wait, Rob, how old are you?
Me, I'm 43.
How old are you, Stuart?
7.
7.
Stuart's like a year older than me.
So you guys remember? You might remember. Remember when you were going up and getting a beer, and the rule basically was anything over 13% was barley wine. Did you ever have that rule?
That's not how it was in England.
No, but I am aware of seeing barley wine.
Yeah, like up to the late 90s, early 2000s, like it was basically if it's over 13%, it's barley wine. Done. Doesn't matter.
Barley barley bottles of Carlsberg.
Anchor did a documentary on this. Anchor did a documentary on IPA to barley wine.
Yeah.
It was like an hour episode.
Okay.
Anchor did a documentary. They said, like you said, Matthew, after it weighs a certain level, it does specify as a barley wine. Not a triple IPA, but a barley wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a barley wine in the UK was traditionally a woman's drink.
Yes.
It was served in a nip bottle, and it would be. I've got such a memory of watching a documentary about I think it was about Chaz and Dave.
That's right.
And about kind of like certain parts of London.
A little itty bitty party.
A little old woman in the corner. Nip bottle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my mum's. Oh. Okay. Well, my mum's like step family, like her stepdad's family. They were an Indian family, and I always remember growing up stories of where my mum's grandmother would send my dad to the shop to get barley wine. And it was like, boy, go and get me some barley wine.
Well, back in the other days,
so she'd go to the shop to get him she'd send my dad to the shop to get barley wine.
Well, back in the other days,
which is a bit.
You would wet the baby's head with barley wine.
Well, traditionally, this country didn't grow grapes, really.
Oh,
yeah,
traditionally.
No.
And
that was before I got into beer, that was my notion of barley wine. It was my parents telling me that story, and it's like my mum telling me that her grandmother would send my dad to go and get barley wine from the shop, and it's I was excited barley wine is a thing, and I was like, when I got into beer, I was like, oh, barley wine's a type of beer. So you sent them to the shop to get like beer.
Yeah.
That's what you were doing.
Well, hopefully not just cans of Gold Label.
Yeah, Gold Label.
Just crack it open.
Yeah,
more respectable somehow, doesn't it? Barley wine.
Yeah.
Rather than go and get some cans.
Yeah, I did hear accents growing up, but I won't replicate the accents. But that was my heritage growing up.
Terry Kay went into in depth about the barley wines when he had his child, and we all had to open a bottle. So there was Simon Mine, Rob Derbyshire, me, David Dowling. And there were 2 others. Oh, Mark Elvis, probably.
Yeah, old school.
Yeah, so old school times, and we all opened the barley wine. So we all opened the barley wine, and it was the traditional thing to do when someone give birth to a child.
Okay, I don't remember that, but yeah, I wonder what barley wine I had.
Oh, it was a long time ago. There wasn't probably that many.
wasn't it? That because they thought that it had more iron in it because of a certain successful marketing campaign.
Yeah,
it
beginning
was a
to
way
grow.
of battling the immune system. Much like what was that stout, Mackinson stout? You're supposed to drink that.
Yeah. Well, they said it was fortified. Fortified. Oh, it's got iron in it. It's got iron in it.
So you're supposed to drink. A woman is supposed to drink stout while pregnant, and then a man's supposed to drink barley wine when the babies get born.
But
it's like,
is it before the babies get born?
Bit late for that.
What's the order?
Why?
Yes.
Kids
I would hazard a guess that a barley
changed
wine a barley wine would inhibit a baby getting born.
Barley wine makes your cock bigger.
Yeah, barley wine makes your cock floppy.
See, Matt's ticking down. Bloody hell! As soon as it was your arrival, must be very soon.
Dude, Monday's the due date.
Monday. Jeez,
that's fucking cool.
That's the expected date.
I was going to ask you.
But it's like I don't know, like I don't know because like I don't know what to expect because like my experience it's my first experience with one. I obviously having a child, but like all my sisters and my brothers' wives, they've lived away from me, so it's not like I've been around pregnant women my whole life, and I've always had this kind of like idea of pregnant women. The closer they get to birth, the more miserable they get. My wife dancing around the kitchen, having fun, and like doing dances and shit. And she's doing a couple of like today. She's like, I came home, she made dinner. She's like, I'm making some cornbread. She's dancing around, having fun, and she's like, literally 9 months pregnant. So I'm like, does that mean this baby's gonna be in there for another fucking month or something?
You never know.
It's insane.
For my wife, it was the middle bit of the pregnancy. The start was great, middle bit was shit, the end was great.
My wife, let's put it this way. My wife, she's had 2 problems with her pregnancy. One was she had heartburn twice, total. Twice. And then her back hurt for 3 days once.
That's pretty lucky.
And then like, but here's the other thing is that my wife's like very, very, very tall. She's 6'1". So she's like, tall women tend to like, there's more room, so it tends not to be as bad.
Yeah, and my wife's 5 foot.
yeah. So they tend to get birth after.
She just went out, just kept going outwards. Yeah.
So welcome to Beer Talk.
Monday.
Talk about women's reproductive.
Monday, maybe Monday, maybe the week after, maybe the week after that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky enough to where I have a awesome, because we live in a farmhouse here, so it's like I have my mom's like right next to us, like my mother-in-law, but I call her mom, is right next to us, and we have family that have been quarantining all together, and then like in my job like last week I told them not going to go into work until we have the baby, and I'm going to work from home for a month after I have the baby. So I'm essentially home for, at minimum at this point, 5 weeks. You know what I mean? Working from home, and they're like, awesome, that's great, have fun. You know what I mean? There's no like, they don't care. You know what I mean? Because my job is mostly remote anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. So I'm a lucky dude. What can I say? And I get beer mail coming every day. So
that sounds
Every
perfect.
day.
That sounds perfect, except for the mother-in-law stuff. To me, anyway.
Yeah. Be smug now. See in a couple of weeks. See in a couple of years when it's still grating on you.
That's really cool.
Let's see how grey Matt is in a year and a half.
I love my mother-in-law, man.
I think Matt's gonna fucking love it.
Yeah, no. Like that's the thing. Like
there's hard bits for sure, but ultimately it is the best.
Yeah.
It is the best thing in the world.
No.
There's always hard shit, but it's the best.
Oh yeah.
As the
Does that mean we all have to get a barley wine for Matthew?
or not?
We could try. I'm sure. Matt, Stuart's suggested me I'll get a barley wine to forget the baby's head.
And there you go. Crack them like a boat. Christen them.
He will require
beers.
JW.
Well, like swing it on a rope from really far away.
Has the snow
Do
gone now,
do you
Matt?
not
Has it
do you
cleared
not
off?
have that tradition in America?
Snow gone now?
Wetting the baby's head.
No. But
That's
Craig,
it's having a drink in honor.
yeah,
Essentially because the father would be still down the pub.
yeah.
There's never been anywhere near it. There's an excuse for
I'm
the
still
dad to
not
go to
sure
the pub.
what beer. I'm still not sure what beer I'm going to take to the hospital because, like, with this, it's not like I could leave. Like with COVID, you go in with my wife, and I don't leave until the baby leaves. So, like, I have to bring everything I want with me. So I'll figure something out. But Craig, what you're asking about the snow, it's going to be gone. But if you ask me that question in 1 week's time, it's gone. It's not so much that the snow doesn't exist here anymore. There's still a ton of it. But we have like a stretch over the next like 7 days. It's going to be like really warm for like 5.5 days straight. So even though there's still like a foot of snow on the ground where I live, but like all the areas where like I like snow blowed and shovel are like clear now. You know what I mean? It's just the snow that wasn't moved or touched still exists. So yeah, I can't wait, man. This week coming up, it's going to be like. In the middle of the week, it's going to be like mid 60s. So you're going to start seeing me doing reviews outside again, which is my favorite thing.
I just remember my trips there, and it was my father would say, "What the squirrels like in America?" And it says, I remember when I went to Maine, and basically to mate, the squirrels would kill themselves on the roads.
What are the squirrels like in America? That's what your dad asked you to.
Yeah, no, because we'll sat in the garden.
I've got some insight for you, Stuart. Right, what you want to do, Stuart? You want to go to the Central Park in Chester and take your dad with you as well.
No, because
I'm not going to say anything more than that. You're going to right out fucking surprise.
We sat in the garden after we'd done a bit of gardening, and we saw a squirrel jumping in the tree. I said, I reminded him of my trip to Washington, D.C. I said, the squirrels were this big. They were the size of cats.
It's a raccoon.
But when I went to Maine, to mate, the male squirrel would meet the girl squirrel across the road.
Bloody hell, that's a long dick.
Males.
Some hunk
squirrels didn't make it.
I was talking to squirrel chat. I was quite excited about seeing red squirrels in Denmark, in Copenhagen, in the main park near the zoo. Right, fucking hell, red squirrel, nice one.
I know.
Until all those fucking American grey squirrels killed off our bloody native red squirrels.
Yeah. Coming over it, killing our squirrels.
In my indigenous population.
Where I live, there's like a big wildlife photographer that lives close to me. So there's two of them. There's a he and a she. So they take really good pictures of like all kinds of wildlife that live in my area. We have all kinds of crazy shit, like bobcat and wolves and shit like that where I live. And but the coolest one was this past summer. They took a picture of like a whole family of red squirrel and a whole family of jet black squirrel, which is like super rare.
I saw some black squirrels in Washington, but that's all the place I've seen them.
Yeah, out here they're very rare, but to see them, I actually saw one driving. I was like, "Holy shit!" You know what I mean?
What was he driving?
We get albino squirrels down here now and again, which is quite cool.
Because of warm climate down in Kent.
So some of the squirrels around here are fucking ballsy. They're not timid.
Oh, the ones in Chester Park.
Oh no.
Yeah,
there's signs about them being. They're chasing you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awful.
They got muscles.
Squirrels where I live are pretty much. You ever watched the episode of Seinfeld where like George runs over a squirrel? Like that's kind of like he explains it. Like we have like an unspoken agreement. Like get the fuck out of the way. Like if you get hit with a car, that's your problem. Like you don't fuck with us, we don't fuck with you. But if you go to like New York City proper, like the squirrels there are like, hey, give me your fucking money. You know what I mean? Like they'll buddy up with the pigeons and be like,
that's like going to like Cornwall and seeing the seagulls. It's like seagulls in Cornwall are like they're not your chips. You might have brought those chips, but they're not your fucking chips.
You're gonna hang over you.
Yeah.
Fucking rug.
It's like you go to put it to your mouth, and it's like, oh fuck. And they're awful. They're the worst.
Craig knows all about them. I'm sure Craig's waiting for those summer months when
fucking herring gulls,
those fucking
herring gulls.
massive gulls are on his fucking windowsill. Like 4 a.m.
Oh, they're a pain in the ass. I mean, I don't mind them, but they used to nest on our roof, and they don't anymore. But they nest 2 doors away instead, so they still a pain in the ass.
They chase me for fucking a year.
Massive. They're
fucking horrible. Every time I came out the window, it's like,
yeah, they can be.
And they fucking like dive bomb me. I had to fucking take an umbrella with me to work. It was a whole thing for like 2 months.
When they got young, they get really
they nested on a thing.
You were taking an umbrella to work, just to fend them off or to cover from the shite?
Both.
Yeah.
It was
if it was me,
buffering tactic.
I know I completely can relate to your circumstance, Jake. But I'd be like, I'd be fucking swinging at the bastards all the fucking day.
But
in the morning, I'd be waking up.
I'm
talking about it all. I'd be like, I'm gonna fucking get these guns this morning. Fuck off, you fucking dickhead. Honestly,
I did look at like buying like BB guns and stuff, but like apparently they're protected. It's all protected. If they lay eggs, they're protected. And if you get caught doing them, it's $5,000.
No, they are
minimum. Bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. They're like fucking rats.
No, it's not. They're protected. If they lay eggs, they're protected. Yeah.
Mini crossbow. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing mini crossbow.
Just make sure the trajectory's not pointing from my window.
Well, that's the added bonus of actually living on a farm, is that I can apply for a license where I can pretty much kill anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it could be hindering the proper.
The ecosystem.
I could kill. I don't, but if I wanted to, I could kill it. Will. It's the American way.
Yeah, ours is a $5,000 fine if you kill a bird in the middle of the town.
I did find it funny when I was in Pennsylvania, and basically my friend took me to the Walmart, and basically he said to me, he goes, "You can hold guns if you want." I went, "What?"
Yeah.
So I'm like holding these weapons. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, Walmart. You get a bag of Cheetos, a 86 roll, the paper, and an assault rifle. Yeah.
So
essentials.
Yeah, fucking nuts.
She was so helpful. She was
crazy.
Anything else? And I'm like looking at all the girls, and I'm looking at the weapons, and went, "Yeah, the weapons." Because I wanted to be PG. So I like holding all these different weapons. This is, "Do you want to buy today?" And I went, "No, I'm going back to Yorkshire soon."
Yeah, I can't get these insane.
I can't put that in a rucksack.
I've got to go back to
Yorkshire. Semi-automatic.
What a line back to him. No, I've got to go to Yorkshire. I can't have these.
Now, I don't know if Matthew's got one of these, but when you go back to the house, right, your friend goes, right, you've seen the weapons at the supermarket or the Walmart, right? Here's mine, right? The cabinet pulls out, and then it's like case comes out as well, and you get to hold all kinds of weapons then, without any witnesses.
I own 2 weapons personally.
Yeah.
I own a pellet gun for rodents in the farm, and I have a 12-gauge shotgun for larger animals. But my wife's family her dad passed away, about 5 years ago. He had a bunch of guns that are now kind of under my proxy. Like I take care of them, and they're not mine. But it's not some fancy cabinet. It's literally a tin cabinet with a lock on it. But it's like, it's full of like 10, 12 rifles of all variants.
Is it kind of like the scene in Terminator 3 where they lift Sarah Connor's coffin and it's just fucking melee weapons?
No, it's not that cool. It's kind of like a dingy tin cabinet in the middle of next to the furnace. Like kind of like whatever, but it's like you have to understand, like it's like her, like it was a farm. That's how they would do some of their work.
You know where the cabinet was in this house? Right next to where I was sleeping.
That's Oh no, I'm not making fun, dude. I know people that when you walk in their house, it's kind of like a shrine. It's like, hey, like it's on my wall. Like see what I got behind me. Imagine if these are all guns. You know what I mean? Like on their wall, like, this is my fancy wall of guns. Look at them, it's fantastic. And be like,
I woke up every day. Right? I thought, oh, what's this thing attached to this wall? It's just like a shell. I'm like, it must be some sort of drawers. I'm not going to go in it because it's not my drawers, right? Come back from Walmart, puts his key in, turns it, pulls it out, and it goes.
Not your drawers.
It's like full of guns.
Was he like the Men in Black or something?
It does. It pulls out and it pulls out a little bit more. It's weird.
So in the United States, they sell this thing. I actually don't know what the name of it is, but I'm trying to imagine how I can explain it to you. So, okay, here's an empty paper towel roll. I'll use this. So, okay, see this empty paper towel roll? Now, imagine this was like 3 times longer, and at the end, it's shaped like this.
Yeah.
Okay, it's shaped like this. Okay, and it's 2. So it'd be this one doubled, and then this far apart and connected. And it's thin metal, and then it's a bracket. And what you do is they sell this. You slide it between your mattress and your box spring, so that way you can put your shotgun so it's hanging right on the end. So that way, like if you're to wake up in the middle of the night, all you have to do is go like this to the side of your bed and pull your shotgun up off the side of the bed, so you're ready. You know what I mean? Fucking ready.
Yeah, it's there.
There's a level of paranoia that we just don't have in the UK.
Oh my god! I've got under my bed. I've got photos and
I don't know. I mean, not much. Yeah,
but it's just
paranoia over there too. It's just that we have to back up the paranoia over here.
You can really answer it.
I did find it funny when I went to Ohio and basically. We went for meet all the family for 4th of July. Right? So we're meeting them. It was like shaking hands, beers, etc., etc. And then all of a sudden, we come across this farm. And we've got this dirt track. And it's like going, everyone's shooting everybody. It's like shoot. It's like, then you go to the main, and they've got these like trophies on the wall. And it's like, yeah, I'm just going to sit here and not move.
Yeah, I mean, gun culture over here is kind of crazy. People take it to the extreme. Like I own two myself, if you would classify a pellet gun as a gun, but like I have no problem with it, but it's also much the same as like whether it be, it doesn't matter what it is, music, beer, or whatever. Some people just want to prove their worth so mightily versus an inanimate object that they kind of attach themselves to that thing, and that's all that matters. And that's dangerous no matter what it fucking is, and it's just way more dangerous when it's a gun. So I think guns are fun. Last time I shot a gun was 5 years ago, probably 5 years ago. Before that was the last time I shot a gun. But I'll probably do it again. I'm going to teach my kid how to use a gun. Because I want him to be a crazy murderous person, but I want him to understand the safety and logistics around it. And it is what it is. Hopefully, by the time my kid's old enough to learn how to use guns, they're banned. That would be better, to be perfectly honest with you. But if they're not, then I'll do what I can.
Hopefully, your kid finally gets flying cars like we will promise.
Yeah. Yeah,
those hoverboards. Where are they now?
The hoverboards is that I said yes to what Stuart said, but what I actually heard was flying cows, not cars. And I
Cars.
yes,
Cars.
yes,
Cows.
yeah, but I said yes to cows. Like I want flying cows.
Flying cows would be great as well. Get some
Like milk.
milk straight to your door. Yeah.
That's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I did find it funny though when I took my brother to America, right? And we were at a friend's house, and my friend shows him his shotgun. So my brother, being my brother, right, sits in a rocking chair on the porch, rocking the shotgun like this, right, and takes a picture of himself doing this, right. My mum messaged me. He says, "Get that out of his hand," right. We didn't know the gun was loaded. It's like,
That's not. Why would you? That's not an important part to include.
yeah.
Here, hold this gun. Is it loaded?
Well, Rob's met
I
my
don't
brother,
know.
I have many times.
right?
It's like, oh, what's that? This
Probably
end?
the one person you won't want a loaded gun.
I don't want Andrew holding the shotgun, to be honest.
And I was sat in a chair ready to go to sleep, right? And like, Andrew, go outside.
Well, let's put it this way, and I don't. You guys probably don't know this. Not only are guns legal in the United States, there in my high school. I don't know if that's the case anymore. In my high school, there was a club in high school where you shot guns. It was a club for like 16-year-old kids to go and shoot guns.
Yeah.
For high school kids, is the rifle club where you go and target shoot against other schools and see who is the best target shoot of guns.
I think the closest thing we'd get over here is scouts. Scouts.
That's not the closest thing. That's not the closest thing at all. The scouts aren't shooting any weapons. Cadets or something like that, maybe.
See ya. See you Sunday.
See you later.
Bye, Rob.
So,
Yeah,
scouts
I
over
was,
here, we're not trained
I was
to
just
clear pigeon shooting.
sorry. I was just
Right.
about to say my daughter's just woken up, so I'm gonna have to
Oh, okay.
end this now.
Yeah.
Not to worry.
No, but you can carry on after.
No,
You
I've got to
can-
go to bed anyway.
You can carry on after.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to play some video games and hang out
Yeah,
and shit.
so I just want to say thanks to everyone joining, who's joined, and everyone in the comments. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate it. Tomorrow at 8:45 over on Mersey Beers channel, that we've got we're doing some Dunkel beers, dark lagers, etc., stuff like that. So yeah, and then there might be a chat on after. We'll see. And then Sunday, I think Harry's doing something 1 or 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, UK time, of course. So yeah. But anyway, cheers for joining. See you next week.
Nighty night.
Goodbye.
Oh, and off
Now,
you go.
Craig,